Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing the Black Mage quests. Who was that? Being spied on. Nimaneb. Anyway, let's see. We're gonna do the Black Mage quests, and I'm fairly certain it won't take us the whole time. And so yeah, we'll probably do a few roulettes after that. Gotta get these levels up so we can start Shadowbringers. You've gathered the first 4 artifacts. That is no small feat. Yet, I fear little time remains. If the tablet of Dazza's great ancestor is to be believed, there is yet one more. Attempting to seal the void gate before you found them all would be the height of folly. Our search for the solace of the gods continues. I've gone through all the records left by my great-grandfather, yet have discovered little. The only seemingly relevant passage that I found was his last. He put it to paper some 100 years ago, just before bidding farewell to his home. The true power of destruction will be awoken in that most sacred of places. Power of destruction is black magic, of course, but as to what is meant by this awakening, I fear I am at a loss. You believe Dazza's and Dozal Melok's ancestors might know more? To be sure, they were witness to the same events. It is true that they, too, left their homes 100 years ago and were damned for traitors. Could be mere coincidence, but no, I do not think that likely. I fear this foreshadows our doom. Should you find aught else, I beseech you, tell me at once. I will also continue to search for answers. The tablet seems to suggest that the way to the solace of the gods and the final relic will be made known in time. Yet we can scarce afford to wait idly by. Both Dozal Melok and Dazza understand this urgency and have returned to their respective homelands to delve into the matter. And now, to your next task. You must return to he who first bound our 4 fates together, the prophet, Kukuruka. Perhaps his words can guide us once more. I mean, that would be neat. Been talking to beast people for a long time. Overemployed. That was his title. I like that title. Or is that like the clan? Free Company, they're called. Pewin cutscene. Hustle. It's always nice when it rains in Ul'dah. Go for a lovely stroll through town. Ahoy. Please, you must help me. Kukuruka has disappeared. That man is no messenger of Naldthal. He is a miscreant and a charlatan. One guilty of the most heinous of crimes. None have seen him for days. I became worried and entered his chambers to see that he was well. Though he prohibited me from doing so, within I found only evidence of his deception. The records he had hidden were damning, and now know why he was condemned to the greatest criminals of his day. 100 years past, he conspired with Magi from the beast tribes to summon a creature known as the Barbatos, a monstrosity that was meant to destroy all of Eorzea. Their plot was discovered by the order of Naldthal, and the Void Gate was sealed before Barbatos could emerge. Kukuruka was cast into the Maharasaja pit for his crime, where he was to rot until his last breath. This all makes sense. The order would loathe to let the word of this spread, fearing that others might someday seek to succeed where Kukuruka failed, and so they left no record of the plot, save a few inscrutable documents, parchments, intelligible only to those to whom the secret was known. And these were the last words I found among the scribblings. 4 is the answer. 4 spells of black, 4 artifacts of Eld, the blood of 4 races. By 4 alone shall the true power of destruction be woken from the Void Gate. Old, black magic is not the key to sealing the Void Gate. It is the key to opening it. Kukuruka used us to revive this dark art and now means to finish what he began a century ago. The fools we were to believe his lies. Please, Old, you must stop him before it's too late. Hurry to Nald's reflection in southern Thanalan. Okay. So I'm not convinced he's a bad guy, just like from this one conversation. Like, it does seem problematic that, like, we're summoning, demons. Wait, where am I heading? Follow Kukuruka to Nald's reflection. Oh, there it is. The Red Labyrinth. Like, oh, like, is Kukuruka doing this for our benefit? Like, all the other guys were prophets, you know, the Beast Tribe members. And so, like, they were just doing, you know, what the voices told them. Kukuruka might have been doing the same. Hi, kitty. Are you all right? It is a little messed up that he started without me, though. Should have known you were evil. You're wearing purple. Real black mages wear blue and yellow. I'm trying to recall this guy. I think I've seen him somewhere else. Weren't you like the boss of some other dungeon slash duty? I feel like I haven't seen that duty in my current playthrough. So maybe it's like an optional one? Ada, how are you doing? I assume you have to work today, right? Dark plasmas. Let's see how far you've come, Black Mages. No, the Void Gate has been opened. Other fiends have emerged. Am I to destroy these? The Void Gate looms. You must seal it. Okay, okay. Sealing the Void Gates. I think I'm sealing the Void Gates. Did I seal them? You've deceived us all, Squawk. Pay you will. You are one of Hitali Malak's get, aren't you? Mother of mother of mother. Her name, you know? And you, Amalja, yes, you are one of the line of Kazib Ka. I can see it. And Kobold, through your veins courses the blood of Dagu, does it not? And last but not least, the Black Mage, old. Splendidly done. Few could have vanquished Barbatos as you have. No doubt you're all eager to hear what truly transpired 100 years ago. Being a kindly soul, I shall tell you. I was an ambitious mage in my youth, insatiable in my thirst for knowledge of the arcane. In the course of my studies, I discovered the ancient writings which told of black magic. Magic capable of destroying only as the gods can. It was innocent at first, until it wasn't. But then questions began to arise in my mind that demanded answers. Where'd all the black mages of old gone? That's me. Why had the existence of the art been hidden? And so I probed, endlessly, tirelessly. The more I uncovered, the more it drew me in. There was such power to be had. I was not merely ambitious, but also vainglorious. I desired recognition, deference, by accomplishing that which no other could. I sought to make my legacy an eternal one. And the pursuit of black magic was trying. I would pass days, weeks, months at a time, unsure how to proceed. And what little progress did come came but slowly. It was then that I met your ancestors. The gem of Shatoto, the power to sense magic, the relics. All of these things I owe to them, their vast knowledge. The slow crawl of my studies turned into leaps and bounds. I dare say your ancestors sought the same recognition as I. Kazib Ka, ridiculed by the Amalja for his ingenious analysis of worldly phenomena. Itali Malak, named a pariah for not sharing in the small-minded prejudices of the Ixal. Dagu, a victim of his kind's idiocy, bound to never leave the land of kobolds. We toiled together, learning what we could, and learn we did. Much and more, imagining we had gleaned all that was to be known. We prepared to hold the dark right, one we believe would restore black magic to its fullest expression. I do not know what came over me. I, blinded by my own lust for power, I altered one of the incantations. It was arrogant, foolish. Our command over the ancient powers we summoned was lost. I watched as the chaotic ether washed over my friends, ripping them apart only to fuse them together into an abomination. He does, now that you mention it, he does kind of look like a combination of the Ixal, the Amalja, and the kobolds, like fused together. No, you couldn't mean that thing we just saw? Yes. When I saw what my hubris had created, I mustered all my strength to see Barbatos sealed behind the void gate. Sealed, yet not defeated. Yet I felt myself corrupted by the aether. I was unsure whether I could hold my powers in check. Fearful, I returned to Old where I manipulated the minds of a few thaumaturges of the Order to believe that I had committed some terrible crime. Only with me confined in the depths of the Marasaja pit could the realm be safe. And there I remained, waiting for the coming of one with the power to purify the aether of those three friends with whom I once shared a dream. Do not expect your forgiveness, but I am truly sorry. No words Dozel has. Squawk. Only squawk. I am not long for this world. Here, take this relic. I still have the strength enough to offer it. What's its item level? The 5th artifact? Yes, the 5th! Welcome to the solace of the gods. Perhaps you know it better as Nald's reflection as most do. Truly remarkable, Old. You've succeeded where many great mages have failed. Mastered what we sought to master. I can now rest, knowing that this power is safe with you. It is for you to set the hatreds of the past. Alright. Alright. My time to join Thal has come. May he greet me as a friend. Bloop. Dang. Did you really give me the thing? What I got here? Got the 11 weapon attire. You didn't actually give me anything. Then it is over. Finish, ended, over. We did all we could, and the souls of Kukuruka and the others have been saved. The legends carried by my forebears have had their final chapter written this day. I confess there is sadness in that. I'm proud to call you friend, Old. brethren, brother, friend, now and always, no matter how divergent our paths from here. Yes, yes, you are true. You are a true mage of the black now. Pray, grace we kobolds in La Nazca with your presence someday. Well, we got our friend Gubu. We grace him every now and then. To think, Kukuruka carried that anguish 100 long years. His crime was born of hubris of youth, yet his atonement came from the wisdom of old age. His soul has found peace. It is not our place to linger and disturb it. Come, let us return to Burgundy Falls. Century-old plan this was. Fulfill his purpose, Kukuruka did. Mother of mother of mother, forgiven Kukuruka she has. Squawk! Think so, Dozel does. Finish this story is. We had much fun, Dozel did. Like mother of mother of mother. Grand fun she had too, Dozel hopes. Farewell, old. We meet again someday, Dozel hopes. Squawk! Well, alright then. Yeah, they just straight up didn't... Well, maybe they did give it to me, and it's... It might just be worse than what I'm currently wearing, which is probably true. Like, we hit level 50. And then I'm pretty sure, like, anything I can find with Allagan tomestones is just simply better. Anyway, I think people who might be watching my movie videos might be confused, because I forgot to mention this is the start of the next movie Final Fantasy XIV video I'm doing. We're in the somewhere in the teens. This is like movie 15. And if you're confused, the movies are when I piece all of these together into like giant 12-hour videos and put them in a playlist. And this should be the start of the one that brings us into Shadowbringers. So people might be tuning in to see Shadowbringers, only to find me faffing about as a Black Mage. Which, you know, is 100% what we're doing. It's just... This is what... Hey, oh... I'm just now noticing the waterfall. I thought it weird that you were calling this puddle a falls. Things have come to an end, it would seem. Both the threads which bound us all in this tragic tapestry they wove. Most mysterious these lives we lead. Do you recall the words of so many famous... or so many legends and prophecies which first brought you to me? It was here, at these same Burgundy Falls. We've spoken much here since then. I've never imagined this day would come. I stand before you now with no regrets. I'm grateful to the gods for letting our paths cross. Dozel Malak, Daza, and you, old Sugarheart. I count you all as my brethren in black. Together, we have seen the souls of our ancestors given peace, and I, too, now feel a happiness I have never known. You have become a true Black Mage, my friend. And more than that, a true friend, Black Mage. Let the dark art we share be a symbol of our bond, and that undying in our shadow and war light, by day or night. Okay. The black has taken you. This concludes the Black Mage quest for Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must meet the first requirements before the dawn. Once you have done so, the next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai. I did it. I beat Before the Dawn maybe over a year ago. Sorcerer's Attire. Item level 90. I think that's going to be worse than what I'm wearing. Nope. I got new shoes. J's on my feet. Okay. So, Ada. Off tonight. Also off Friday night. But you have Pathfinders for a while. Been cutting up on Icarus with the hubby doing missions you haven't unlocked yet. You've really got me tempted to start playing Icarus. Like, I like a good survival crafter. It has been a while. Think Lalai is still in the same area she has always been. She is. And I have orange juice. Ah, old. You come at a good time. I've made a remarkable discovery, which I would share with you. After Master Kukuruka passed away, I went to a cell in the Marasaja pit, cell in which he spent 100 years locked away. I doubted my master, and the guilt of it gnaws at my conscience. In order to atone, I decided to preserve the fruits of his research for future generations. Well, as I went about sorting through his personal effects, I found a most peculiar slip of parchment bearing the jumble of glyphs and sigils, which I instantly recognized to be a cipher. When I removed the cipher to reveal the hidden words, I could scarce believe my eyes. They described the whereabouts of two ancient tomes, the Books of Nald Thal. The tomes are said to contain the secrets of forbidden spells, and their existence has been hidden from even the Thaumaturge's Guild. Master Kukuruka entrusted you with his legacy, old. You would want the tomes to be in your keeping. The first tome is said to be at Nald's Reflection in southern Thanalan. Come, let us make haste to retrieve it. I was just there, I think. Almigo will be the closest. Or was it Nald Solace? I don't know. I can't remember the names of these things. Naldi's Basement? What is the song? Baldi's Basement? Or the game? Never played it. Hey, it's nice and sunny. And there's some bronze tortoises. I had to fight some iron tortoises in the hunting logs. I have gone far too south. Blech. This is an annoying path to fly. There we go. This is the crevice I was meant to go in. Howdy. I found this first tome old, the Book of Nald. It lay not a foam from the parchment. It said it would be. But gods, I cannot stop trembling. My blood runs cold simply imagining the havoc that could be wreaked with the knowledge within. Such power must be safeguarded, lest it fall into the wrong hands. Let's make haste and retrieve its twin. The Book of Thal should be a Thal's respite. Okay. Where... She says that like I know where that is. Eastern Thanalan. Are you just doing a walking tour of all the places I've been in the Black Mage quests? I think I know the crevice. Yeah. Elwick Wood. It's nice that there's this foresty place in Thanalan. What up? Hold, the unthinkable has happened. The chest is empty. The Book of Thal is gone. Who could have taken it? Who else could have known? Gods, if the tome's secrets were used for evil, this is an absolute disaster. And my worries do not end there. Should the Thaumaturgist Guild somehow learn of the tome's existence, it will stop at nothing to seal them away. That cannot be borne. Master Kugaruk has spent his lifetime restoring the knowledge of black magic to the world. We cannot suffer any part of it to be lost. At any rate, there is nothing more to be done here. Let's return to the Sacrarium and assess the situation. It's a kitty. There's nothing left for me here. Knew it was the cat boys. They are not to be trusted. Hey. Sorry you had to see me lose my composure earlier, old. As I made my way back, I pondered the situation. When I found the chest, it was covered in a century's worth of dust. Some of that dust had been knocked loose by prying hands, and nothing had settled in its place. From this can be inferred that the tome was taken recently. Now, the tome we were able to retrieve, the Book of Nald, is enciphered by an enchantment. It is safe to assume that a twin benefits from like protection. Such protection will not be easily circumvented. It will take the thief time enough, I hope, for us to track him down, retrieve the tome, and avert disaster. But enough talk. I shall make some discreet inquiries into the missing tome. Oh, and if you don't mind, I would like to hold on to the Book of Nald for examination. In the meantime, I suggest you continue your training in the dark arts. We may have need of your skills again ere long. Next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai upon reaching 52. The requirements for undertaking subsequent quests can be reviewed in your journal. Hi, I'm level 52. Ah, old. You come at the most opportune time. There's a task I would have you perform. In my search of the Book of Thal, I have drawn upon all my resources and trading spheres. The tome has not appeared on the black market, nor has it found its way to my private collection. This tells us that the thief made no effort to sell it. If we consider, then, the fact that he was able to open a magically sealed chest, we may safely assume the suspect is a mage, and his interest in the tome is personal. However, this individual came to know of the existence of black magic. It seems plain he seeks to unlock the tome's secrets. To what end? It is too early to say. But at the very least, we now have a lead. There are scarce few who share our knowledge of black magic. Your 3 beastmen friends who were present when Master Kukuruka rendered up his last breath. May be that the thief's identity is known to one of them. Begin your inquiries at Burgundy Falls, Old. Find out if Kazakh Ka has any suspicious visitors of late. Hi, kitty. Are you meowing for everybody? Whew. Go on, place your butt down, get comfy. I've been playing with controllers so long that my cat has found like the perfect position. Like he stands on my left thigh and like my arm just kind of naturally wraps around him. And he can occasionally poke my hand with his tongue. Like he doesn't lick people, but he will like poke you with his tongue that's already hanging out. That's how he does. He's just like, bleh. It's very comfy. It's like having a pillow for like the left half of my body. Old, I'm glad to see you again, friend. What brings you here? Just wanted to close talk to you. That such tome should exist, but to answer your question, I've been visited by a suspicious man, and very recently, though visited fails to capture the nature of our meeting. Not a bell ago, a robed man appeared before me. Join me, he said, and together we shall master the dark arts. Dubious offer, which I naturally declined. But no sooner had the words left my mouth than he unleashed a barrage of spells at me. Though I could scarce believe it, I would swear the spells he wielded were black magic. I warded off his attacks and countered with spells of my own, and he swiftly turned tail. After all this happened but a short while ago, he cannot have gotten far since then. If you mean to confront him, you would do well to exercise caution. Though he alone approached me, felt the presence of others. That was indeed an interesting meeting. Why would he run away? I mean, like, you just wanted to hang out with the Furbies again? Huh? What do you want? Wait, this aura. Yes, there's no mistake. You are a black mage, and you will lead me to him. Now speak, or I will make you wish you had. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your confusion seems genuine. Perhaps you truly do not know. I fear there has been a misunderstanding. I am not the villain who attacked the Amal Jah, nor does it appear you are in league with him. I see you are disinclined to believe me. Well, the truth of my words is easily verified. Let's go to the Burgundy Falls and see your friend together. I wish to have words with him at any rate. Turns out cat boys are to be trusted. Aw. Kitty rubbed his tongue across my hand. It was very cold. There is a misunderstanding that I wish to clear up. We meet for the first time, and that fact alone should suffice to settle the matter. But for the sake of formality, pray answer this question. Am I the man who attacked you? No, you are not. You bear scant resemblance to the villain. Now that that matter is behind us, allow me to introduce myself. I am here Zayanala of the Conjurers Guild in Gradania. Seatseer Council has sent me to find a man who wields black magic, the forbidden art of destruction. Zayanela? Zayanelha? His trail led me to this area, where I chanced to witness him attacking your Amalja friend. Last, the villain beat a hasty retreat. I lost sight of him in the confusion. You approached me shortly thereafter. You may not be connected to the man I seek, but you are a practitioner of the dark arts nonetheless. The aura is telltale. Don't even think to deny it. You must also answer to justice. Okay. The Book of Nald Thal, Matron Preserve. I was not aware such a terrible tomes existed. This woman, Lalai, she may know something useful. I will pay her a visit. And I should expect you to be there as well. I'll go pay her a beating. I take it you intend to continue searching for the mystery Black Mage. Though I doubt that his skill is a match for yours, he has proven himself unpredictable and dangerous both. Be sure to keep your wits about you. I shall go to Daza and Dozel Malak and apprise him of the situation. For now, you would do well to return to Lalai. Okay. Girl, hey. Thank Thal you've returned. This man, whom I've never seen before, charged up here and started berating me for meddling in the forbidden arts. He has the nerve to call me a fool. Thrice. And I'll say it again. You are a fool. But the worst fool of all was your master Kukuruka. Because of him, these miscreants are running rampant. Let me start again. I know about the Book of Thal, and I know the people who took it. They call themselves the Defiant, and their sole objective is to master the art of destruction. Isn't that our goal? The man I have been tasked with finding is their leader. Waldev is his name. He used to be a conjurer of the Stillglade Fane. The man harbored deep hunger for power, the power over those he had sworn to protect. In order to satisfy this craving, he began dabbling in the dark arts. Before long, his doings were made known to the guild, who summarily banished him. But as he left, he declared that one day he will be... Sorry, I'm being bitten. The cat's affection has turned south. Before long, however, his doings were made known to the guild, who summarily banished him. But as he left, he declared that one day he will show the world the true power of black magic. For years, we heard not of Waldiv. Some of us dared to hope that his words were but wind. Alas, he has returned. And this could only mean one thing. He's ready to make good on his promise. God's preserve, are you certain of this? That it is Waldiv who has taken the tome? I'm afraid so. It is no coincidence that the tome went missing at the same juncture the man reappeared. Even now he continues instructing his minions in black magic. And every day that passes he sees the cult grow into a bigger threat. If we are to move against them, we must do so now. I had assumed that we were dealing with a lone mage. But if it is an entire cult, as you say, I will need to reconsider my plans. Old, while you went about your investigation, I succeeded in deciphering a new spell in the Book of Nald. It should prove useful in the battles to come. I shall teach you it forthwith. What? You mean to fight destruction with more destruction? This can only end in tragedy, I tell you. Listen to me here. Waldiv and his cult may be a menace to the realm, but Old is nothing like them. Master Kukuruka himself entrusted him with his legacy. He will not misuse his power and cause carnage. On that you have my word. Cannot believe what I'm hearing. Were the situation not so dire, I would bring you to justice without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately for you, a greater threat looms over us all. We must cooperate if disaster is to be averted. Your connections have proven useful before, and they may do so again. If you learn aught from them, I will thank you to send me word. But know that I'll not tolerate any interference in my investigation. Gods, what an irksome, ignorant, insufferable idiot. I think we must cooperate with him. Heed not the mutterings of that stuck-up lout. We shall prepare for the gathering storm in our way. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the new spell, Ley Lines, it is called, and it will be a potent addition to your arsenal. While you go about mastering it, I will make further inquiries of the situation at hand. If there are any developments, you'll be the first to know. Neat. That might be the most important spell. I wonder if it is. It's very pretty. How close can I get to the ley lines? You basically have to be touching. It's good to know. Oh, well. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to do our Black Mage quest today. Can't remember where we are, but we've got a couple of them to go through. Old, I've received a letter from the 269th Order Mendicant Daza. Mughals' reach extends further than I had realized, but that Daza contacted us suggests that something is very much amiss. I wait at Bronze Lake, it says. No more than that, though perhaps somewhat cryptic, the letter's brevity suggests a sense of urgency. Please hurry to Bronze Lake and investigate the situation. I shall inform Zai Nala of this development. Though I doubt a fool can render much assistance, I gave my word that we would cooperate. Sorry, everybody. I just woke up. I do these things. I've got this thing I do. It's not very useful. I fall asleep and I turn my alarm off in my sleep without waking up. It's not super useful at all. Old, I am glad to see you. Pleased, happy, glad. Kazaka has told me what happened. This is grim news. Yes, grim news indeed. The man Kazaka approached me, spoke of the Defiant, said he wanted my knowledge, wisdom, insight, knowledge. I told him I needed time to think, consider, ponder, think. I told him to return later. When he returns, we shall ambush him. Yes. Sound plan, I think. I told him to meet me at the northeast of Bronze Lake. I shall approach him as normal, as bait. Old, you lie in wait. Ambush, hiding, wait. Well, why didn't you tell me to meet you over there? Whew. Are you the leader of the Defiant? My name is Waldiv, and you? You are descended from First Order Patriarch Dagu, yes? Dagu was my ancestor, progenitor, forebear, ancestor. You know him? I had an opportunity to peruse a fascinating tome left by Kukuruka. In it, Dagu is mentioned as a confidant who assisted the master in his studies of the dark arts. It also states that Kukuruka intended to entrust the secrets of his research to the same confidants. I fully expect you to tell me about these secrets. Then you are wrong, mistaken, incorrect, wrong. I shall reveal nothing to the likes of you. I'm a busy man, Daza. You refuse to cooperate. I simply don't have time for you. Wait, where are you going? You might have made a powerful ally, but as an enemy, you cannot be suffered to live. Find out everything he knows, then kill him. Hey guys, how we doing? It was easier than I expected. Thank you, old. Those Defiant didn't stand a chance. No chance at all. But Waldev got away, fled, escaped, got away. Old Lalai relayed to me what happened. These men, are they Defiant mages? You fool, you killed every last one of them. How do you intend for us to question them now? Excuse me. I knew this would happen. You black mages are quick to wield your destructive powers, but rarely do you consider the consequences. You must return to Lalai. And do not think I'll forget about what you've done here. You know, I've got fire enough for one more. Were you not in full control of your powers? Did your magics run wild, amok, untamed, wild? However the case, I do know that you saved me. Rescued, protected, saved. Thank you, Old. I owe you my life. You should hurry to Ul'dah. Much as you protected me from the Defiant, I suspect Lai may benefit from protection from that Makote. Yes, hurry to Ul'dah. Zoop. This pace will be done with the Black Mage quests within minutes. Old Zaya Nella has been standing here silently fuming for quite some time. What has transpired? He's just mad because he's bad. So it was indeed Waldiv that stole the Book of Thal, and he has been studying the magics inscribed within. Did truly not a single Defiant survive? Somehow doubt that you are fully responsible for... I care not for your doubts. I explicitly told you not to interfere in my investigation. If nothing else, this shows the bloody outcome of a battle between opposing Black Mages. Fighting destructive power with more destructive power, it's such a thinking that led to the War of the Magi. I'm sure I needn't remind you the outcome of that war. I strongly recommend you give some thought to just how terrible a force you toy with. Oh, I'm thinking about it right now. War of the Magi, I suppose. I cannot blame him for seeing the parallels. A war between forces commanding unimaginable destructive magical power, but black magic is not purely to blame. It was the violent confluence of black and white magic that ultimately led to disaster. It brought about the sixth umbral calamity. It is only natural that the risk of a occurrence of those terrible events would instill great fear. I know you would never be so reckless as to allow something like that to happen. Problem lies not with black magic, but with the Defiant. I'm disinclined to pay heed to Zayn Nalah's words, as they run counter to those of Dazah, who witnessed the battle firsthand. But hard to believe that you would lose control of your powers. Must be some other explanation for the deaths of those mages. Yep, some other explanation, sure. It also seems that Waldiv is gathering something of a following. To better oppose this growing menace, I shall teach you a new spell I recently deciphered from the Book of Nal. Remember, Old, black magic is not a thing to be feared. As a true black mage, you have the power to control it. I believe in you. Alright. What did you teach me? I don't think I feel taught. Blizzard 2? Blizzard 4? Blizzard 3? What did you teach me? Enochian. That's a trait. Just damage. I like damage. Old, I've received another letter. Danger. Please help me hide in Alder Springs. Tell Old Dozel. That's all it says. The handwriting is barely legible. Doubtless goes without saying, but Dozel Malak is in need of our help. I shall have to tell Zain about this. Do not dwell on his previous outbursts. I know you have full control of your powers. Use this opportunity to show the man the true cunning and finesse that a Black Mage can bring to a fight. Enough talk. Hurry to Alder Springs and save Dozel Malak. Where's Alder Springs? Shoot, where is Alder Springs? Is a name I have not heard in a long time. Oh, it's in the middle of that fate. Ooh. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Hi, guys. Looking for a bird? Hey, look at this. Sleep. Go ahead and put a little debuff on you. Maybe lucid dream a little bit. Look at me not killing him. Alright, well, I tried. Thank you, old. Save Dozel's life you have. Kazaka tried to warn Dozel. Dozel panicked, tried to flee, but got caught. Dozel did. Squawk. Somehow knew that Dozel was exiled from his tribe. These mages did. So into the forest they chased Dozel. Squawk! Finally they surrounded Dozel. Offered friendship at first, but rejected Dozel did. He said if Dozel is not friend, then Dozel enemy. But save Dozel you did. Many thanks. Gods, I was too late again. You already cut down your swath of reckless destruction. What did you plan to achieve? How many more lives must you end before you realize how fruitless this is? At least one more. Wait, these wounds. They're unlike anything I've ever seen. It looks like they were incinerated from the inside. Hold. Is this perhaps not your doing after all? What does this man speak? Pursued Dozel for a long time, these men did. Tried to kill Dozel. Squawk! Explain, who are they? What did they want? I don't know, but I did hit them all with thunder, which burns internally. Dozel understands now. What? Read the Book of Thal, they did. Learned of mother of mother of mother of Dozel. Learned her secrets, Dozel's secrets. Made it clear their pursuit is. But these wounds, perhaps Dozel has an explanation. These men did not have the gem of Shatoto. What? Dozel thinks that is why they died. Gem of Shatoto? What are you talking about? Gem is proof that Old is true Black Mage. Gem brings with magical power. Without Gem of Shitoto, impossible to control. The most powerful black magic is... What? Lost control, these mages did. Aetherwind their own bodies ignited, burned alive from inside. Painful way to die it is. So these defiant mages fell victim to their own arrogance, using dark magics that far outstrip their ability to control them. So Old isn't at fault. Answers you seek, Dozel helps you find. But Dozel cannot stay here. Dozel must leave. Thank you, Old. Dozel owes you debt of life. Squawk! One day, Dozel will replay. Passe Patro, welcome in. So these men were slayed not by your hands, but by their own use of powers they couldn't control. But please understand that the fact you can control your powers does nothing to resolve the issue at hand. You should return to Lelai and explain to her what happened here. Please accept my apologies for my earlier accusations. No. Way out of line. You really accused me of, like, starting World War III. Maybe calm your shit a little bit. Anyway, Passe, I saw that you streamed recently. You were playing some end game content for Final Fantasy XIV. Can't say I know what you were doing, but it looked complicated. But I should drop you a follow, and just in case at one point you might be streaming after me, we could raid. Old, was Dozel Malak unharmed? Yeah. I see. Well, if nothing else, it seems that Zae Nela no longer doubts your innocence. But the Defiant were immolated from within? If Dozel Malak's conjecture is accurate, the cult situation becomes quite clear. But I hardly need to explain that to you, do I? But if you were to explain it to me, I suppose one of whom to whom these powers come as second nature, some things are not so easily noticed. The Defiant's numbers cannot continue to grow indefinitely. They will have difficulty swelling their ranks when they cannot use their powers without risk of horrifying death by immolation. Thus they strive for control over the dark arts, while striving themselves only to our beastman, while showing themselves only to our beastman friends in the hope they might reveal the secrets of controlling these magics. Fortunately, we have prevented them from learning anything. With these avenues now lost to him, while Deve must realize that he is running out of options. Though we may lack the leads from which to track down the Defiant, their position becomes weaker the longer they wait. They will soon be forced to take action. There's no need to rush, we simply need to wait the enemy out. Okie doke. I have Enochiated. Now I can Enochiate. Whew. Alright, next quest. Old, I just received word from Zainala that he wants to speak with us. Apparently he secured lodging at the Hourglass and he is waiting us at the Quicksand. We should head there now. Wonder what he could want. Hustle, hustle. Oi. Did you change your clothes? Nah. You just seem more Black Magey from behind. Thank you for coming so quickly, old. I have something to ask of you. Some time ago, the Conjurers Guild contacted the various cities of the realm, entreating them in assistance in search of and capture of Waldiv. It seems this is finally paid off. They just received a missive from the Temple Knights of Ishgard. The Defiant have been sighted in the Holy See. The cult has been trying to garner popular support there. They've been offering what they claim is the power to defeat the Dravanians to anyone who will listen. Now the Ishgard has opened its borders. It is no longer difficult to travel to the Holy See. However, I still know that next to nothing about their lands. Please, old, would you lend me assistance in tracking down this evil cult and bringing them to justice? Zaya, you have made no effort to conceal your disapproval of we Black Mages and our ways. Are we to understand you have now come to accept us? That I have. The Temple Knights who have provided us with intelligence are stapled at the Ark of the Worthy, within the city of Ishgard. They'll be waiting for us there. And it's been a while since we've been to Ishgard. Much though I'd like to believe that he has had a change of heart, men are not so want to change so simply. One does not live one's whole life hating black magic only to change one's minds over the exoneration of a single mage. I know not what this man is plotting, but I suggest you keep a close eye on him. You want me to burn him alive from the inside too? I'll do it. Ada, hey, how are you doing? Is your double over? Or is it or is it happening? That was last night. I'm glad it's over. You're off tonight. Nice. You get to chill. Hey, I know you like survival crafters. Have you thought about Soul Mask at all? It released in 1.0 yesterday, I think. You must be investigators from Gridania. It's about time. Someone needs to do something about that blasphemous cult. They were ranting on and on about to anyone who would listen, offering the power to defeat the Dravanians. We Ishgardians have our own way of fighting. We told them as much plainly. But it made no difference. They continued their proselytizing. Obviously, such blasphemy could not be allowed to stand. We Temple Knights made our move, but they managed to get away. Hardly mattered to us at the time. They were no longer spreading their lies here. But they recently reappeared, this time at the Convictory in the Western Highlands. Most convictors would do anything to earn honor and glory, though through the slaying of a powerful dragon. They're young and full of spirit and naive. I fear that some of them may be deceived, seduced by the promises of easy power. Gullible fools. Well, our destination is clear to the Convictory. Yeah, I don't like that cat boy. Where is the Convictory? Then the Falcon's Nest? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop my head out the gate. Yeah, no. Going to make sure that the quest isn't in this area, and then I'm going to teleport. It's not in this area. Makes me believe Falcon's Nest is the way to go. You saw Soul Mask a while back, but wasn't keen on it? Maybe check out Tiny Eden. It's not released yet by any means, but it looks like a cute, cozy gardening game. I'll consider it. I don't think I have flying here. Yeah. So we gotta walk. I might have to pass on that one if it's the one I'm thinking of. Like, I've tried these, like, sandboxy games with, or sandbox cozy games with, like, no direction, or no puzzles. And I kind of got the impression that, like, a cozy gardening game I looked at recently was like that. But I don't know if that's the same one. Woo! But Tiny Eden, I'll definitely check it out. I mean, what will happen is I'll forget you mentioned it. Then I'll go to work. Well, I'll go to work and then I'll forget you mentioned it. Probably that order. But like a lot of games got their release dates announced yesterday. And it's really kind of shooken me up because now I've got like 6 games coming out in the next 2 months that I want to play. There's no obvious sign of the Defiant here. We should split up and question the soldiers. You go that way and I'll question the soldiers, I guess. You're going on about the Defiant too. Well, they spend a while shouting about how they share ultimate power with anyone who joined them, and then they left. Apparently they set up camp near the Swift Run River. What's the story with that lot anyway? Some Makode chap was asking the same thing a few minutes ago. Told him what I told you, and he ran off in a right hurry. Now he's dead. Those crazy mages? I've spent years studying the art of dragon slaying. I don't need some magical help from weird outsiders. I made sure to tell them as much. I think I know who you're talking about. I told them I wasn't interested. Ancient spells are no match for a good spirit your side. Let's see, what's the game that's coming out in 5 days that I really want to play? Made note of it here. Windrose, yeah. Speaking of survival crafters, it drops in early access in 5 days, and it looks good. Part of me is wondering if I should wait for like Survival Crafter 1.0s from now on, though. I've been disappointed so many times, but people played the demo of Windrose, and it sounded so good. Old Man Windbreaker. Kitty, get on my lap. And stop fighting. Just get cuddled. Oh man, bummer I can't fly. If I remember right, there's like a ramp through here. It was super fun playing Windrose with the hubby. Oh. I was trying to go up. Excuse me. Hi, kitty. You doing all right? That was a good meow. It was right into the mic. Just expect to die a lot until you get gear. Yeah. I do feel like each survival crafter needs like an easy start. Like, I don't mind if it gets harder, like, in the second area. If they do, like, the Metroidvania kind of progression. You know, where, like, you're in one area and it gets a little tougher. You alright there, buddy? Watch out, there's more of them. Oh. Maybe I should destroy these planar fissures? They're attempting to summon something. Seal the planar fissures. Yeah. Way ahead of you. Maybe I should have taken you guys out first. And more of them. Beware the void scent. Alright, here's what we do. We zap you. Don't mind me casting sleep on a door. Whew. Hola. Hola, Inderkin. How are you doing? I know what you must be thinking. I entreated your help only to run off on my own. But you know what happens when you get involved? You saw it happen just now. They have no choice but to fight back with all their strength. When they do so, they lose control of their power. They burn. Nobody deserves to die like that, so I went to confront them alone. I'm a fool. My healing magic is no match for the destructive power that they wield. It was foolish to go alone. You're right. What did I expect to achieve at challenging them without any help at all? Had we fought together, things would have turned out differently. Yeah, I would have been burning them on the outside, and you would have been healing them on the inside. It would have worked out great. You taking down the mages in a flash of black magic, me nullifying their every attack with my healing spells. It truly was a a fool to assume all black magic was evil. Should have seen that such power can be harnessed safely, just as it is by you. I apologize. We've lost our only lead. This time it is clearly my fault. Please, pass my apologies on to Lalai. My actions were unbefitting of a representative of the Seed Seer Council. Shall take my leave. I need to reflect on my actions. Get good, right? You laughed so hard, you were crying because a boar sent your husband cartwheeling across your screen. He died. That's something I don't feel like enough games do. Like, games don't ragdoll you nearly enough. I've always been like hoping for like a Phasmophobia clone where the ghost will like legitimately like throw you across the world. Honestly, if I was gonna get into game development, making a Phasmophobia like wouldn't be too tricky. Oh, you're back from Ishgard already, but where is Zainala? I see. If nothing else, you've stopped more poor souls from joining that accursed cult. I can only hope that Zainala can see it that way. The fact that a Defiant would travel so far as Ishgard in an attempt to recruit new members speaks volumes about how desperate they grow. Ah, old, I almost forgot. I was able to decipher the final remaining spell from the Book of Nald. Though you might not welcome an ice magic after the frigid wind of Korthus, I'm certain you'll find this a frighteningly powerful addition to your repertoire. I doubt the Defiant can hold out much longer. They will be forced to use everything they have in the next fight. They cannot risk being drawn into a protracted war of attrition. Should we defeat them, we can finally recover the Book of Thal and uncover the magics within. Yeah, that sounds great. Blizzard 4. Yay. And I leveled up. Ding. Whew. Yeah. Let's do this. Boisha, a tear coffer. A tire coffer. A tear. Hold, your timing is impeccable. Just moments ago, Zainella approached me. He ran up to me, all fuss and flurry, and he told me he found the Defiant's base of operations. He then departed before I could respond. It seems he's in a hurry he's headed to the base himself, though the Defiant's forces may well be weakened. It's utterly reckless to approach them alone. It's as though he has learned not from the incident at Ishgard. Should waste no time in traveling to the Defiant's den. Before he left, Zainella mentioned that it was at the Burning Wall. I shall meet you there. So, like, here's the deal. I kind of feel like he's been trying to join them this entire time. Shoot, where is the wall? The Burning Wall seems like it would be... not Rhalgr's Reach, but like real close. Okay, Rhalgr's Reach might be the closest one. But yeah. I used to do game development. But I realized it like wasn't a good fit for my ADHD. Well, like, I can make a game. I can't keep making the game. I have to move on very, very quickly. Like, the same way I play games. Like, I start a new game, I beat it, and then I move on. And if anything takes more than like 70 hours, like I will be bored by then and not want to do it, and it all falls apart. So like this is where I thought the wall was. Help me out here. Oh, that wall. What did they call the wall in Stormblood? I swore they called it something like the Burning Wall. What, since, you know, it burnt down that one time? But yeah. Like, Phasmophobia seems like the type of game that wouldn't be tricky to make. Like, that feels like a single developer kind of job. And granted, there are single developers who can do more complex games. But, like, not me. I know, like, where I would... I can't bring myself to work like 40 hours a week on a single game for a long time with no payoff. You're up here, huh? Zael Nala is nowhere to be seen. I fear you may have already fallen victim to the Defiant's destructive magics. We have no choice but to press on. If Zion Nala's intelligence is accurate, then Waldev must be further down this road. Are you ready? Yeah, alright. So for one, you got to make like a map, and then you make like a third-party person controller to like just chill in that map, you know? Why would I do Blizzard 4 instead of anything else? Just grants 3 Umbral Hearts immediately? Like, I didn't take time to learn why I would use Blizzard 4. I kind of assumed it was like an upgraded version of our AoE Blizzard. Wasn't expecting another single target. What happens if I just throw it out there? Okay, so it gives us, like, the spikes. Does that mean I'm, like, never going to use it, though? Oops. And lucid dreaming. Because I feel like I get the three Umbral Hearts normally by casting the other spells. Like, it seems like a way to get them fast, but why would I want that? Waldev, give yourself up. Your followers lay defeated. You have nowhere left to run. There's no need for me to run. The summoning ritual is complete. All shall congregate in worship of my might. I may not be powerful enough to rule this world alone, but with this void scent under my control, followers will flock from across the realm to kneel before me. A void gate, it's colossal. Whatever could he mean to summon? Waldeep, stop. Whatever comes through that portal, you'll never be able to control it. Barghest, I summon thee. Present thyself and be bound to my will. Didn't I kill that guy? No, this guy looks different. Perhaps it's now you who should run. Do you really think the two of you can defeat me alone? They are not alone. Your evil play into here ends here, Waldeep. We're gonna win with the power of friendship. Zaya, where were you? Fool of a mage, you are lost to reason and shall be shown no mercy. Prepare yourselves. Here we are. At the end of your scheme. At the end, your schemes are. Hold, we are here to help, aid, assist, help. Hold the lie. Forgive my late arrival. I hope I'm not too late to make a difference. This seems like a min-maxing party, you know, five black mages and a white mage. No, you are inconsequential. Barghest, don't just stand there, destroy them. You're gonna get eaten. No, no, not me, them. No. The Saurian defeated by the very creature he summoned. Not come as no surprise. He was playing forces far beyond his reckoning. We can discuss this later. First, let's deal with this void scent. Hit him with your sticks. Slay the Barghest. All right. Oh dang, Mana Font gives me all the Umbral Hearts too? Alright, so I've switched back to Umbral Ice. We do Blizzard 3, gives us 3 of these things, and then I do Blizzard 4, that gives me 3 of the other things. Which cuts the mana cost of these things in half. So I can get 3 Fire 3s out. Followed by another Fire 3. Gotcha. So the power of Blizzard 4 is in the fact that it can just give me more. Sorry, there's ads? So it can give me like a few more spells to cast. Could somebody heal me? Where was the damage coming from? Must have been the ads, right? Alright, la da 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 da. I did something very stupid there. But I'm not 100% sure what it was. Let's see. Ads, da da da. I'm looking for like what I did particularly wrong, you know? Why am I casting ice spells? I'm like trying to see if they dropped a hint of exactly what I should have been doing in the chat window. I think maybe the key was we destroy the ads and then work on the portal while we're going. Do I even have the option of like destroying the portal first? I'm guessing the Bargus doesn't do enough damage to actually stop me, right? We'll try again. We are like kind of at the edge of our level. And so it is very possible. It is very possible that like I'm under geared. Aha! Got another black bracelet. Oop. Before I trigger cutscenes. Slam some orange juice. Alright, skip the cutscene. He gets slapped by a Bargus. We've seen it. Oops. I hit him with the baby fire. Do. Alright. I gotta pay more attention to what's going on in my surroundings. And it's you guys. Set you on fire. We get the planar fissure too. And so maybe like just having the NPCs target these guys is a thing I need to do. Whoops. I'm playing suboptimally. Keeping an eye out for more fissures opening. It's grown a new head, be careful. Is that the head that sucks? I mean, he paralyzed me a little bit. Do I care? What am I supposed to do? Scathe you? Get scathed, jerk. Yeah, it looks like the real deal was just the pillar. Not the pillar, the portal. It's hard to remember words and do things at the same time. Whoop. You're gonna head to bed? Hubby can't get off Crimson Desert? Yeah, I hear that. I was thinking of playing that myself. I still want to give him like some time to like tweak it, I think. Could not have arrived at a better time. We thought you were lost to us. Did you think I'd rushed in alone? What manner of fool do you take me for? To think that I would repeat so grave an error. Oh, hey, he's alive. Hit him with your stick. For a moment there, I thought he might strike him. But why? You're responsible for a great many deaths, and I've been tasked with bringing you to justice. I need you alive so that you may atone for your sins. Old Lalai, I owe you my thanks. First, I must see to Waldeve's incarceration, but once that is done, I shall return to Milvaneth's sacrarium and thank you properly. Yay! I wish Job Quest gave you more XP. We too should return to Milvaneth's sacrarium. I'd hate to miss something as rare as a thank you from Zai Nala. But first, you should speak to our Beastman companions. It's a valuable opportunity to rekindle our relations with them. It would be folly to waste it. Oh man, I had to move all the way up there. He just like ghosted out of the party in 1 second. Hey. To fight together again. It was a hard fight, but fun, enjoyable, satisfying fun. Till we meet again, old. all killed. The evil black mages are done here, Dozel is. Dozel's debt is now repaid. It is well the man who was brought to justice. I harbor no regrets. Old, my friend, though we may be of different lands, the bond we share cannot be broken. I hope we can all meet again. All right. Best friends. He defeated them all with the power of friendship. We would have done better if they would, mention at first, like, I'd be handling all the ads. But of course I would be. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Waldeve has been placed under arrest and is awaiting sentencing by the Padgels. Old, thank you for all your help. What's a Padgel? The Book of Thal was amongst his belongings, Lilai. I entrusted it to your care. You sure? You've made your views on black magic very clear. Our recent battles have shown me that black magic itself is not evil. It can only be used the right way, in the pursuit of the right goals. You have shown yourself to be a noble magi with pure intentions. I trust you to use this knowledge within this book wisely. That being said, I am a conjurer. Were I to witness black magic used with ill intent, I would not hesitate to take action. Even if it were you, Lilai, I would hunt you down without mercy. Come now, Zai. Can't we have any fun? Haha, you do well not to forget that my order still considers your black magic forbidden. But there's more. If there were more magi like you, I hope this might come to be the first step towards a world in which both healing and destructive magics can meet on the battlefield, not as enemies, but as allies. You made it to level 60 without squatting up with a black mage? That's impressive. By level 4. We did the Heavensward quests. And we have beaten Stormblood, so we can go ahead and do the other. But what is this? A regular tome of aphorism. Only a few in existence. This elegant tomestone contains sentiments so concisely expressed they're scarcely expressed at all. What are these? I don't know if I've ever seen those before. How did I get Moogle things? I look ridiculous. Ah, Old, I'm glad you're here. I would consult with you about a matter that has been gnawing away at my mind. There is no small part to your efforts. The Book of Nulthal have at long last been reunited within these halls. There's long lost secrets just waiting to be unearthed. That's for the Mogtome event happening right now? I've never done a Mogtome event. I don't know what those are. I don't know what you do with those, but I'll keep an eye out. Though I have scarcely begun poring over these tomes, I've already made a most remarkable discovery. Each of the twin tomes contained a cipher of sorts, the meaning of which could only be deciphered when two are referenced in tandem. I'll spare you the details of how I unraveled the message, though it truly was among my finer moments, if I dare say so myself. At any rate, these words, once decoded, are most evidently an incantation, albeit one entirely unfamiliar to me. Beneath it was writ a simple directive: heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto Nald's reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. As to what precisely these words are referencing, your guess is as good as mine. Still, Master Kukuruka doubtless preserved the incantation and the accompanying message in his records for a reason. And if we are not the heirs to the art of black magic, then who is? You don't want a backseat game, but some dungeons give you them, and you can trade them for rewards. Oh. So I trust I can see you at Nald's reflection, and do try to hurry. Yes, I would prefer not to delay any potentially epoch-making discoveries that are any longer than necessary. I mean, you're welcome to backseat game. Like, if any game was built to be backseat, it's this one. Like, it's the content I'm touching has been done for years. There's a Moogle out here. Are you a male Moogle? No, you're the itinerant Moogle. Okay, wasn't sure of my stance on backseating. So I think it's kind of foolish for people to think they can stream and completely avoid backseating. It seems like a naive stance. And so, like, I try not to get mad about it. Like, if something is like a spoiler for everybody who might be watching, I don't read it out loud. But, like, for the most part, yeah, you're more than welcome to tell me what to do. Like, streaming is a group effort. You're here to play the game with me. Where are your pants, madam? So what do you got? Show me. Okay, so if I had 50 of these, I could get these things. Matt, what is this? Magic Prism Job Mastery. Peculiar contraption creates illusions by weaving together a myriad of shades of light, produce yada yada yada. Indicate you are the very model of a modern major job master. That seems lame. So I could buy some things, a wind-up succubus, some cards, maps. Interesting. But like, I could, if I had 15 of these, I could buy a new shirt. Well, most of a new shirt, it seems. Cool. Or I could get this one. Oh, okay. And then there's some craftsman gear. Oh, I like it. Fat cat parasol. That sounds fun. Alright, alright. On to the quest. The craftsman set is really nice. It looked nice. You can see how to get more in your collections. Sorry. You'll be giving out no spoilers? Yeah, I appreciate that. The Final Fantasy XIV community, I've noticed, is very, very kind in that way. I mean, like, in basically every way. Nald's reflection. Where does Nald hang out? Have I lost my mind? It's that place in Thanalan. Way, way farther away from where I am. I keep thinking Like, we're in Stormblood now. Surely I'm going there. Yeah, I love getting to help out and see people experience the story for the first time. Yeah. I am definitely experiencing things for the first time. Like, I've never had a Black Mage this high level. The farthest I had ever been before was halfway through Stormblood. And so now that we're on to Shadowbringers, like, I know nothing of what, like, we're gonna see. This stream has a very cozy vibe. Oh, thank you. We try very hard to maintain this cozy vibe. Not too hard. Occasionally I do let a curse word slip. I just need the practice. Shades of Shatoto. Let's do it. It's funny, you've been leveling Black Mage too, and you're level 24, so you just completed these quests? Nice. And that is all you need to know. When I give you the sign, you are to chant the words precisely as I instructed. Understood? You got it. Now, old. Bippity boppity boo. That light. You, yes, you shall serve as the bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, haha, yes, that one should suffice. Blorp. You good? Whatever was that strange sensation? For a moment, it was as if a great fire burned within me, and then... now, it is as if my very mind is being rent in two, in this voice. Well, well, it feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems that old coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. And what are you gawking at? You're a Black Mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you? Or will you be needing a hint? Some would call me Death's Handmaiden, but I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Though, technically speaking, I am but a manifestation of a memory, you may call me by the name I used in life, Shatoto, at your service. But I jest, of course. It is you who are at mine. I must say, what is it with Black Mages today and their unwieldy hats? Do they truly believe it makes them look so more imposing? Or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no such need of such adornments. Oh, can I have the hat? I like that one better than mine. Now that's more like it. Old, was it? Oh, of course it was. Now that we're on a first-name basis, you'll have to tell me about yourself. On second thought, let's skip all that. Time is short, and to be quite honest, I don't particularly care. At any rate, as I might have mentioned, I'm not the true Shatoto, as she once lived, but rather a manifestation of her memory, or my memory. Needless to say, That still makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You can do well to remember that if you ever have a mind to cross me. Alright, you're back in... Oh, and she's from Final Fantasy XI. I'll have to look her up. That was like 2,000 years ago. You should get some rest, but you'll be stopping again soon. Good luck with the questing. Well, thank you very much. I hope to see you next week on Final Fantasy Friday. Shatoto, huh? Well then, now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, what do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. Who, me? Oh, come now. Must I spell everything out for you? I must know if you are sufficiently adept in the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom, and this is by far the easiest way to do so. Not to mention the most fun. Prepare for a world of pain. Old man from the top ropes with a chair. Do try not to die. I have need of you yet. Whoops. I didn't mean to blizzard. But while I'm here. Get fire forward. I'm getting cooked. Would you stop AoEing me? It's really like the worst thing you can do to a Black Mage. Whew. How goes the grind? Is it better with the earrings? Honestly, the earrings don't seem to have made a whole lot of difference. Like, it's good enough for me, but like, I wouldn't recommend it for normal players. What am I doing? Oh wait. That man awarded that. Would you get wrecked, please? I'm really kind of having a difficult time with this guy. Gal. Whatever. Origins of Flare. I do have concerns about that one. Oof. Yeah, do it again. Will my mana ward last long enough? Probably not. Please get cooked. Woo! By the way, Fire 4 is your spell to spam. I thought it was too low cost, but thank you, thank you. I love that. Not half bad. A painfully dull expression on your face had me worried. But I suppose you'll do after all. Do for what? Try to keep up, will you? I abhor repeating myself. Let me start at the beginning. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage of our realms has ever known, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and evocations into the school, known as Black Magic. You seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to return one day. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of destruction would be handed down eras after I had inevitably passed. For another, I knew without my guidance this realm would one day meet most certain... this won't do. Thought this girl was stronger than this, but these eyelids grow heavy. My consciousness wanes. Suppose I'll just have to take a little nap. But remember, this my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play in the battle to come. A battle that will decide the fate of your very world. Till next I wake, shirk not your study of the art. Blech. Whew. Old, where are we? Is it as if I just woke from the strangest dream? And yet my every limb aches, as if my respite were more exhausting than the fiercest of battles. Did you, perchance, observe anything odd happen to me? A little bit. Preposterous, or so most would say, but you have no reason to tell me falsehoods, and it would certainly explain the curious symptoms I find myself experiencing. Chitoto, the mother of our dark art, she who pursued the power of destruction and beyond any limits that could be conceived, has her consciousness truly taken up residence in my own mind. It is no use. I call out, but she does not answer. Whether she slumbers, or simply designs not to answer, I cannot say. I fear I am at something of a loss. Let us return to the sacrarium and clear our heads. Mayhap the answers we seek will yet reveal themselves to us. Yeah, sounds cool. As somebody who, sorry. The earrings. I think people who plan to play multiple Johns, then it is a great boon. As somebody who has all 100s, you found it to be wonderful. Yeah. I mean, I guess it would be worth it if you would play nothing else but Final Fantasy XIV for like many hours. But I don't know, if you're having that much fun with the game, isn't it kind of worth it to extend the gameplay? Like, if you can find a way to enjoy the grind, then it makes a lot of sense not to buy the earrings. Because when you get to the end, like, you might feel accomplished, but, like, you'll have lost the journey. For me, like, I do this for content. Let's see. Okay, and also, they only boost your XP from monster XP, including the dungeon boss. Yeah, I did read that. Fire 4 is your spell to spam. Now that I know Fire 4, what does it do? Deals fire damage with a potency of 300. Can only be executed under astral fire. Oh. Dang. So, against astral fire 3 and umbral ice. So why would I ever cast Fire 3 if this just does more damage? Why are you here, Fire 3? To get Astral Fire 3 up to level 3? So like I cast you and then I swap over to Fire 4 and spam that. Is that it? If that's the case, why would I ever cast Fire 1? 40% chance to gain Starcaster next fire. Do I go 1, 1, 2, 3? Oh, fire is useless after you get 4. Like, so... Then why is it on my hotbar? Like, my hotbar, like, was designed by someone else who is much higher level than me. But is the reason because I can't cast it? It's here because, like, I don't have a choice. But, like, maybe I would be at 0 mana for some reason, but then I'd be casting blizzard spells. I don't know. If I had all day, casting fire twice makes it very likely that I could cast fire 3 for free and get up to astral fire 3. Or I could cast this 3 times if that never procced. And then I could swap to fire 4 to, like, cook everything. Might be an efficient use of mana, but, like, not efficient DPS. And so, like, yeah, I just need the damage numbers. That's the most important thing, right?
This remnant too.
No, it isn't. You can hang out.
Hi, everybody.
Let's see. You currently have 4,000 hours in this game. Wow. If you enter lower level content, you need lower leveled spells. Oh, Yeah, so gotcha. So if I'm doing my daily dungeons and I do a leveling dungeon, I might need to like whip out the fire one. That makes a lot of sense. Dinde says hello. So yes, you start your phase with 3, then 4, and you can always end up in a beginner dungeon where you need it. Yes. All right. Thank you so much for explaining. Fire 1 is useless if I've got other options. I understand now. I'm afraid it's no use. I've called out to Shitoto within my mind time and time again. I'm only met with silence. If only Master were still here, surely he could shed some light onto the matter. After all, it was he that recorded for posterity the words we used to summon forth Shitoto's memory. Wait, that's it. Master himself may not be here, but his writings may yet contain the answer to our queries. It was in the statue of Nald that the memory slumbered. This does not strike me as mere coincidence. I believe that settles it. I will return to the tomes and see what knowledge can be gleaned. We might prepare ourselves for whatever task awaits us. This holds for you as well, Old. Whatever Shitoto's motives for returning to us, I cannot shake the feeling that ill happenings are afoot. I suggest you resume your studies with the utmost urgency.
The kitty is here.
The next Black Mage will be available from Lalai upon reaching level 63. All right. Hi, kitty. Did she say 63?
Yeah.
Huh. I would have thought it would be even numbers, but I'll double check. Okay. From the Black Mage section of the balance, the Discord server for jobs knowledge, Fire 1 is obsolete at level 60. Oh. I see. The balance is a Discord server for learning how to do your job. I was wondering how most people went about learning their jobs. I usually look up YouTube tutorials. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. I had a great time. We did all the Black Mage quests we could. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We've grinded our level up to 70, which means we can finally start Shadowbringers. But before we do that, I would like to finish up the Black Mage quests. It's kind of like Planet Crafter meets Satisfactory. It's apparently in full release. Old. Good. For better or for worse, it would seem that Shitoto is still enjoying her peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Naldthal have proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Nald's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms, of course, the goblet it holds in his hands is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel Mistress Shitoto's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with the glyphs of ancient Mach. It reads, yes, here it is. The power of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Yet 23 centuries hence it shall it come anew, and a certain doom is to ensue. Prophecy of sorts, it would seem. It's been roughly 2,300 years since Shitoto found black magic, which means it is entirely possible she herself left the inscription. But whatever sort of doom could the prophecy be referring to? Fear it all. It's all rather cryptic. A lie. And Old as well. I would speak with both of you at once. Oh, hey. Well, I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times. I come bearing grave tidings, my friends. Pray, lend me your aid. Well, if it isn't our favorite Gobu-headed hurt here, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with the purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your groveling? This is no time for jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the 12's wood as we speak. Oh, dang. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. But one thing is certain: if we do not deal with them and do so swiftly, there's no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. It does sound like cause for concern. Very well. I would suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shatoto aside for the moment and... Wait, no, not now. I say, how can this girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why. But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now look, we haven't much time, so do try to keep pace. Surge of Aether, what are you? Yeah, I'm sure there's much you'd like to know, but where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know through the girl's ears. We're needed in the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Indeed. I've asked a whaler named Alphine with looking into the matter. With any luck, he's gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action. Alphine, South Shroud, yes. I believe the great Shatoto has all she needs. Well, come now. No point in standing around gawping gaboos when there's work to be done, right? Right. Shatoto, old. I am most grateful for your aid, but do not get me wrong, but if there's anything you and Lalai have been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done. It's just none ya, buddy. None ya business. I think Maui owns that joke now. Yeah, you canceled your YouTube Red, so now there's ads. So what is YouTube Red? I have YouTube Premium, which I thought was YouTube. What YouTube Red became. Red is Premium. Wait, so YouTube Premium has ads now? Shoot, now I'm gonna have to cancel YouTube Premium. Like, it's really the only reason I have it. Premium doesn't have ads? Well, now I'm confused. Oh, no. You canceled because... And so now there is ads. I understand now. It is going up in price. Ugh. I mean... I wouldn't recommend it for anybody else. I have one video subscription at any given time. Like, you know, I'll have Netflix or Disney Plus or something like that. YouTube Premium actually makes sense for me because I spend so much time on there. Where am I going? Speak with Alphine at the Roots Lake. Is that this? Come June, it's going to be expensive for you, so you cancel too. Got the Brave app on your Android phone and the browser on your PC. I think if I had to recommend a browser for ad blocking, which I would never do because, you know, my employers are ads, it would probably be something like Opera. Like, not only does Opera have, I think, uBlock built into it, like that specific ad blocker, which is famous for blocking ads and preventing catastrophes such as when YouTube decided to block, or not just block, but outright threaten to ban your account for using an ad blocker. There was this little thing where uBlock was one of the only ad keepers to let you like keep getting through that. But on top of that, do you ever see advertisements for VPN, or is it just me? So, Opera has built-in VPN. You can just like enable it, and then bam, your internet thinks you're in whatever or other country that you were definitely not in, so you can do the things that surely are legal in your country. Also helps get around things like ISP blocking certain domains of like pirate websites. Not that I would know anything about that. VPNs don't do what people advertise it for. It does. So this Revenant here, he's my ISP. Hi, Revenant. And so what VPN does is it shows this Revenant that I'm connecting to this Revenant. What this Revenant does is let me talk to all the other Revenants that this Revenant doesn't want me to talk to. So your ISP is still spying on you in the sense that he knows you're talking to this guy, but he has no idea what you're using that guy for. And so, like, in that sense, like, there's a little bit of obfuscation. It's like when your wife is like, hey, stop talking to your drug dealer. And then you talk to, like, the drug dealer's best friend. And you're like, and she's like, hey, you can't be doing that. And I'm like, well, I'm doing it. It's a common situation that happens all the time. Apparently, Opera is a Chinese-owned borrower. Oh, or browser. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, like, if I was China and there were, like, you know, laws restricting freedom of information in the US, then I would, you know, go ham and try to get all the traffic of the people who want to get around that. It makes sense, but I did not know that. I'm just shocked that Opera became a good browser pretty much overnight. Like, I tried it out like 12 years ago. Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I had any to give. I fear not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. If so say you, my good man, but is it possible you did not see the trees for the forest? Sometimes that which we seek is right before us. We need to only attune our vision. Why is it just me, or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out of the brush? Yes, an inkling that our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish a living stone from an ordinary type? Well, I do believe the former would take far less kindly to being scorched with bursts of hellfire. So the plan is clear, yeah? Let's get blasting. So anyway, I started blasting. Your ISP knows everything you do because they track your browser through 1,000 different ways. Anonymity in the US is almost impossible. since the CIA runs the majority of backbone nodes. Yeah, it does make sense. But does not changing your DNS lookup to, say, I forget their names. Google's got one, but like you can change it so your ISP is not where you go for your DNS lookup, which is basically the phone book for how you connect to the internet. You could also like you know, instead of renting a browser, or not a browser, renting a modem or router, you can buy your own and set those up, which also prevents a little bit of spying. But yeah, like, I wouldn't be shocked if everyone can track me in every way they want. But you can get away with a few things. Curious Stone stands motionless before you. Oh, it's gotta be Fire 3, does it? I'm not used to being the tank. Might actually die here. No, I'm good. I was like, if I don't... You mean too far away? Oh, hey. How you doing? You've saved me. I was in grave danger. What have we here? Where did it land? There it is. Level 78. I can't wear it yet, but it's got a beard. Nice. Thank you. And let's see, there was a weapon involved too. Apparently I need to clear out my armory chest. How do I rotate my guy? I like the butterfly. It's a pretty cool staff. I need to be level 80 for this one, huh? It's glowy. I do like glowy staffs. But I also like, you know, plain old sticks. Okay, so Opera and Brave are super comparable. Brave is a bit more privacy centered. All right. Speaking of getting there, I've got a report to Shatoto. As a proper emote. I give you a bow. But yeah, I don't know, as an American, I don't believe we have privacy anymore. Like, it's just not an expectation I have. Everyone knows everything about you. There's a few things you can do to make it more difficult, which, you know, is something to be encouraged. Is that a new mount? You've just got like an emo fairy that carries you around. That's awesome. I want a goth fairy GF. And if you know how to code, it's open source, yada yada. Yeah. It's a mount from the VNC dungeon. You'll get there at level 90. But Brave is not great for older devices, as it will run your battery like nothing. I mean, like Chrome would too, wouldn't it? I mean, it's so resource intensive. I just kind of assumed it carried a huge energy cost with it. You have a Samsung S22, so it does fine. I've got like a Samsung 1. I try to take good care of my phones because I hate upgrading them. Honestly, it doesn't run like half the things. I like using it as like a phone and maybe a map in emergencies. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not want to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shatoto, or rather, a memory of the same which awakened after years of slumber to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Lady Shatoto, if that is who you truly are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, and there is much about this matter that does not sit well with me. Pray explain yourself. What is the dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well, I shall begin from the very, beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that anyway? Anyway, anyhow, the tale begins some 2 millennia ago when the great civilization of Mach was still in its infancy. Our scholars ascertained that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our home and reduce it to so much rubble. And so I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm has ever seen. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to develop the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. Story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled and embedded themselves in the earth, while small enough that their impact has caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energies just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are stones that gave golems their souls, by whose powers many a city-state flourished. And yet, these stones held yet further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, They would call out to one another, Aether reacting to Aether to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meager to be cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return? Its circuitous orbit bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more. Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? Why, it's simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it back around in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler minds, mayhap, but not my own. In fact, I posit the comet is drawing nearer every moment. It is for this very reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, a prodigy who foresaw the danger that was to come and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted this threat would come over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? Yeah. I do believe I already said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. Spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lalai and Old also played their parts as well. How wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make another mess of things. I must admit the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither of your motives nor your skill, Lady Shitoto. But as here charged with protection of this wood, cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can. But first, let us return to Ul'dah. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise me you'll not get in our way. Now come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save and you're going to help me. Let's see. A lot of things are going on. Although I keep my phone charged while at work because Twitch runs it down faster than YouTube. Kitty. I might download both and give a follow-up with my personal experience after an extended time. Apparently, the person behind Brave is the co-founder of Mozilla. That makes sense. Aren't most modern browsers based off of Mozilla? Or maybe it goes back even further. Maybe they're all based off of, oops. Maybe they're all based off of Netscape Navigator. Same guy that made JavaScript. That's interesting. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's all just like one guy when you get low enough. Yeah, likely Netscape. That's what I thought. Are you assuming I am in the States and thus care about supporting local ownership? I mean... I kind of assumed you were in the States. Why do I assume you're in the States? I don't know, Shitoto, why do I assume she's in the States? They're in the States. He's in the States? Kitty's in the States? The hero assures me that there have been no golem uprisings elsewhere, and since he is clearly too thick to tell A convincing lie. I am inclined to believe him. This means that we still have time to form a plan of attack. I do pride myself on my honesty, so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of its believability. How's it going in this game? It's going pretty good. We're just doing some Black Mage stuff. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming. He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lilai? She is still in there somewhere, yes? She most certainly is. Worry not, the girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear and try not to let things go to hells in my absence, will you? Shitoto, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us, has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? Progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, old, let's put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding. Wait, Lilai, if we take her word at face value, Shitoto is only the realm's best interest at heart, and yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter, and yet we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the 6th Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our own realm, she's like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! My Lady Shitoto had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering halfwit would even think to hold her responsible for it. Well, when I put it that way. I understand this, and that is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid. Such as it will serve to protect the entire realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep a close watch on her. One can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I will gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I would be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your Beastman allies? If the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I swear that man's head is harder stone of it than any golem. Still, at least he's cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out when our Beastman friends, I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. One thing is clear. It is that the task ahead will test our very limits. Whew. Are you in a guild that does buffs? I want to play on Halicarnassus, but I don't know if you can move there. You could travel there and do your MSQ and stuff. Yeah. You can freely travel among the data centers. Like, I started on Halicarnassus. And one thing that has come up is that the queue times here are unbelievably slow. And so I always hop over to like Primal Behemoth when I need to queue up for something. But other than that, yeah, you can just come here whenever you like. Also, hi Sugar, hi Knight, Knight Lautrec, 1708. Is that a year? Is that a real knight? Anyway, you were at some point in the same time zone. The two root web codes come down to Netscape and KHTML. But do I know what that means? No. You're going to look into it. Also, no. Am I going to look into it? Also, no. Fair enough. Like, there's... all you need to know is nothing is truly secret on the internet. It's just a matter of, like, finding the ad block that works best for you. Whoop. Accidentally picked up a hat. I wanted to drink orange juice. Whoop. You'll try and join me? I mean, like, you can show up. I can't guarantee I'll play with you. I'm doing, like, MSQ and job quest things. I mean, like, I could lend you some caramel popcorn. That's about as far as I can buff. Ah, old. I trust you've not been shirking your studies. Mistress Shitoto expects much of us, and I would not disappoint her. For my own part, I have come out to her intently time. I've called out to her intently time. Sorry. Intently time and again with my mind in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail in staving off this imposing disaster. Though she does not respond, I have a distinct sensation that she is listening in some way or another. Doubtless she will return when she sees fit, but in the meanwhile, we can ill afford to bide our time. And so, I've taken Zae Nela's advice, and I can just see the smug grin on his face as I say that, and reached out to our friends. Not moments ago, a post-Moogle came by with a missive from our friend Daza of the 269th Order. As luck would have it, it seems that he has a knowledge that might serve us well, to wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I would ask you to go on ahead and see what he knows. I will call for that holier-than-thou healer and join you shortly. Not that I'm enamored of his company, far from it, but his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on occasion. Near Revenant's Toll. Nyom. Who makes donuts? Are they here this morning? I should either go to sleep or eat a donut. The donut smith is in the chat, yes. Hello. Hello, Ray. How are you? They didn't let you in the gates, Daza? Daza? Oh, there you are. Old. It has been eons, eras, ages, eons. I have heard that the spirit of the legendary Shitoto comes alive again inside Lalai. But could this wondrous tale possibly be true? It is indeed, friend Daza. She is a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she is has minded to. Sorry. She awakes only when she has a mind to, a fact that I have explained 700 times to this mutton-headed healer who insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will. Do me discredit, Lalai. I merely suggested that if there were some means by which you could summon Shitoto at our own convenience, Rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, it might serve us in facing the dangers ahead. Summon her? You speak of the illustrious founder of my art as if she were a mere servant girl. You'll watch your tongue in the presence of your betters, Zionella. I meant no disrespect. I do not deny the power of your art, nor the good it can do in the right hands. I'm simply... Yeah, dude, you gave her a stroke. She's dead. Too stubborn or too stupid to fully accept it. Oh, well, I suppose none of us are perfect, myself excluded, of course. 269th Order, Mendicant Daza, I presume? Tell me all you have seen or heard about this rampaging golem. My eyes to be believed? Trusted, sworn by, believed? Is it truly the great Shitoto who stands before my eyes? Yes. Yes, it must be. I mean, but of course, my lady, yes, Daza will tell all he knows. Saw a strange golem, odd, curious, strange, wandering the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem, no. But rather the same one I saw a tome handed down from my forebear Dagu. A golem in the ancient Mach. One of my own creations. That's simply inconceivable. I desired them to be utterly rampage-proof and left copious instructions to ensure my loyal apprentices and their apprentices and so forth would see that they stay that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know the chaos and destruction reached by the Maki sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect poring over age-old documents on upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Forgive my doubts, Lady Shitoto, but you seem quite partial to your creations and your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with a golem of Mach, do I have your assurance you would not hesitate to strike down our foe? You do not trust me. Trust us. As I know, I'm not deaf to lies, secrets, ceaseless grumblings. So be it. You cannot help being a simpleton, no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. The old Kukuruku told me what became of Maki after my passing when he communed with me a century ago. Do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants with the art I myself wrought? No less? Of course not. For I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand that a tool is only as good or evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? Well, grant there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Daza. Rest assured we shall see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you or yours. To the tangle. Does that overdweller never lighten up? Must be so tiring living each day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Burdensome, wearisome, tiring. Man, even Daza thinks you're dumb. You can say that again, my synonym-abusing friend. Old, you know the man better than I, and for that I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment respite from his inane quibbling? Whatever do you suppose is bothering his puny mind? Yeah, maybe he's worried about Lalai. Yes, I have observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern for the well-being of others, as if it were not evident that the girl is most capable of taking care of herself. In either event, if he insists on tagging along with us, suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, do you believe I do believe we have some golems to smite into oblivion. The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there. And try not to get lost on the way. Ada is coming forth as the Donut Smith. See your donuts on Discord, they look so yummy. Are you doing special donuts for Mother's Day? I will likely do a few special ones. Nice. Sorry, I'm just picturing a donut that looks like my mom. It would be a very scary donut. Ray is good. Just finished work. Glad to hear it. Hope you're enjoying some relaxing. I've got to start work in a few hours. There's going to be so much talking. For some reason, everybody schedules all the meetings on Friday, which makes sense. Like, you get them all over with at once, but at the same time, I find people super, super exhausting. By the end of Friday, I am extremely worn out. Not sure if I can make one hairy enough. Hey, my mom doesn't have a beard, just like a big mustache. Mustache just looks like a beard, that's all. These lands were far more dry and agreeable back in my day, but I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. But this is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. I almost said mustache. Yeah, mustachia. We have golems to smash and search for. Not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yeah, I can sense a particularly strong etheric energy coming from that direction. What's the point of having a mustache that looks like a beard? Well, you'd pull it up like over your head so that you don't get pancake syrup in your bottom beard. Highly recommend that, for one. I will accompany Shitoto to ensure that she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south from here? The environs of Fort Arfo, no end of hiding spots. I'm ill inclined to walk into an ambush. Yep. Cook the things. And the Tangle music is going pretty hard. Silly maze. But yeah. I'm pretty happy with my dwarven beard. Like, it is definitely like a braidable beard. You look far and wide, but can discern no signs of golems, rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southwestern reaches of the Tangle and see how Shitoto and Zayonilla fare in their search. Can do. Just peek that corner. Now, where are you guys? Over here? Oh, that is an interesting one. Wait. How'd Toto get knocked down? Isn't she the most powerful wizard in all existence? Well, now she's squished. Friday, not Monday, for like a bunch of meetings. What's the point of that? It's a lot of it's retrospective meetings, lots of demos, showing off all the things we built during the week. Planning and grooming stories for the next week. Like deciding what's important to work on next week, things like that. But don't worry, Monday's got plenty of meetings too. If only this body were my own, I would have razed that oversized block of stone to the ground. I suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost consciousness in the midst of battle, I would certainly have been done for. And poor Lalai with me. No, Lady Shitoto, it is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I would surely have met an inglorious end. But that was not the least of my failings. It is my fault and mine alone that you were caught unawares. That we were caught unawares. Though it shames me to say so, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Who is this sorceress who wields such frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continued to haunt me, but no more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hearer you've only just met, I say with no reservations, you are a paragon of virtue and a model to all mages, white or black. I can't tell who's manipulating who here. Well, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means we're going to give you your precious Lalai back, well, you'd best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not? My precious Lalai? I have no idea, the slightest idea what you might be implying. You wouldn't, would you? Was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for the common good? So says Lalai, at the very least. Is the girl not an invaluable piece to the future, you would realize? This is all well and true, but invaluable and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meanings of words evolve over time, you see, and what I'm saying, of course, Lalai is a friend and an ally, but the same could be said of old here, and which does not to say I do not want to see her again, of course, only that, never mind. Wait, are you hitting on me too now? At any rate, I do believe we're all done here, Lady Shitoto. Please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise that I will aid you in whatever way you can. I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off somewhere. One last thing, if I may say, Lady Shitoto, while you are awake and speaking with us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say, is she still in there listening? What curious question. She's slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she is awake. But to answer your question, no, she's not listening. We do have rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you'd like, I can share the details. No. I mean, never mind. I really must be getting off to... Right. The place I was going. What a curious man. At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lalai will be waking from her slumber ere long, and I would return to Ulda before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you. So what I'm hearing is that we should take pictures of Lalai's feet and give them to him. for reasons. I just want to see like how he would react to that. Like if I could possess somebody else's body, take pictures of, you know, their feet and give them to somebody like they'd be interested. I think that would really mess with the, you know, social dynamic of the group. Feels like a fun prank. Okay. The Milvaneth Sacrarium. That is in Ul'dah, I imagine. Cursed? Wait. Wrong place. Cursed, right? I mean, wait, is that Deathheart? I found the anti-sugar. We're friends now. Best friends. Welcome back, old. As you might have surmised, it is I, Lilai, Mistress Shatoto, had returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task. To wit, she would have us venture further afield to investigate any column menaces that might be stirring out of eyeshot. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of the stone headed here? I suppose is too much to hope that Mistress Shatoto finally set his robes alight. I think he likes you. I will assume I misheard you, old. On the off chance I did not, pray inform the man that he had best not act upon those feelings in my presence, lest I feel like scorching his precious flowing locks from his scalp. Flowing locks, huh? Anyhow, I trust you will keep me informed if our here friend exhibits any more impertinent behavior. I will think of a suitable retribution. I dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message and be rather amusing, no less. In any event, I should return to my research, as should you. Shatoto will be doubtless call upon us again before too long, and our power must be primed for the occasion. Alright, my feet picks prank is evolving. It occurs to me that, like, I don't need to possess somebody to take pictures of feet. I can just do this myself. Take pictures of my, like, bare feet in various, like, situations. You know, just, like, out and about outside. You know, lounging on the couch, whatnot. Just take pictures of my feet. Like, print them up. And, like, once I get to know somebody, like, well enough, just out of nowhere, give them pictures of the feet. Just be like, here you go, have pictures of my feet. I assume you wanted these. And just see, like, where that takes us. We can improv from there on out. Keep the dogs in, Sugar, but I have such nice dogs. It really is a shame. Like, one of these days I'll be on Wiki Feet Men. It's a dream of mine. Because I think I have really nice looking feet. Anyway. Old, the moment you entered the room, I could feel the air crackling with etheric energy. Excellent. Your diligence and your training will surely serve us well. And you come at a perfect time. Now, moments before you arrived, Shatoto's voice called out to me from the recesses of my consciousness. she would have us begin to lay the groundwork for the final stage of her plan. As she made it quite clear that we will require all the aid we can muster, I have taken the liberty of reaching out to our Beastman friends. They have convened at Kazaka's residence at the Burgundy Falls, where they await our arrival. Let's not keep them waiting. Is that Eastern Thanalan? It's been so long. Now, it's not to say that they don't exist, but I've never actually heard of a woman with a foot fetish. But sometimes I look at my feet and I think, it's a shame. Nobody will be into these, but they're so dang pretty. Anyway, hi old man Windbreaker, how are you doing? Did you come in just for that bit? No context needed. Wow, the whole gang's here. My friends, thank you for coming together on such short notice. Mr. Shitoto would have you know that she is most grateful for your cooperation. In fact, I do believe she would like to speak to you directly. Sugar, please, I beg of you. Okay, I'll keep the feet tucked away. Locked up like precious gems. Well, it would seem the gang's all here. I dare say it's time we got this proverbial show on the road here. Tell me that you've made yourself useful since last I saw your vapid face. No strokes while reading, please? Now, is that a genuine ask? Like, I can just read out the or I can read it out differently, but I kind of like the stroke transformation into Shitoto, you know? Hi, Lady Shitoto. According to my colleagues in the Eorzean Alliance, patrols have cited an increasing number of rampant golems afield. Fortunately, none have posed a significant threat, at least not as of yet. Which brings us to the matter of the comet. A colleague of mine at the observatorium has confirmed that it draws near with each passing hour. Though there is no immediate danger of collision, if it stays on its present course. It is too close for comfort, yes? Fortunately, I, as is my wont, have a plan. And I simply hope that you, my friends, are up to the task. If the here speaks true, the golems have been causing trouble near the city-states, have been more bark than bite, filled with no great difficulty by middling soldiers. From this, I surmise that the gems set within them, their soul stones, have been small and meager power at best. And yet, if my theory holds, a more sinister threat lurks in the realm of the far reaches, far from the prodding eyes of Eorzean and Beastman alike. This is where we must go. Walk! Perplexed Dozel is, profoundly, deeply perplexed. By people, to do the work of people our golems created, to travel so far from their master's domain, these constructs have no reason. True, is it not? Well, I'll be a passably astute observation, but I fear your knowledge is lacking, my squawking friend. Golems come in all shapes and forms, and not all are wrought in the hand of a mortal creator. Often, a gem of sufficient etheric power will attract all manner of matter, plant, mineral, and animal alike, spontaneously animating it and giving it rise to new life. With naught to guide them, these feral golems rove and wander at will. It is these unpredictable specimens that pose the greatest danger. The larger gem serves as their soul stone. The greater their power and the greater the threat. When the comet draws nigh, it would appear our task is clear. Let us split up and hunt down these abominations. I shall join our beastman friends and make for the west. I will leave the eastern reaches to the two of you. Trust you will be able to fend for yourselves.
It's all your fault, Granddad.
Well, thank you for blaming Granddad. Never mind, I thought that was like a subscription or alert. Instead, you just blamed me. We were born for one thing and born to face our greatest fear of all. Born for one thing by Gojira. My kids actually asked me to, they were like, we want to watch Godzilla. And I'm like, okay, which one? There's like 30. Actually, it's not true. There's like 40. And they were like, the first one. And I'm like, I'm not going back to 1950, but I will show you the best Godzilla movie, which is Godzilla vs. Mothra. It's like number 10 or something like that. There's one matter in particular I would ask you to investigate. My friends of the Alliance conveyed me the most curious report, which Lady Shitoto's words just now put in a rather different light. Over in Girabanya, in the hamlet of Alagana, villagers have claimed sightings of, in their words, trees that walk like men. These have gone entirely uninvestigated, written off as delusions and fantasies of superstitious common folk, but if Lady Shitoto speaks true, which I do, they are golems beyond the slimmest shadow of a doubt. Worry not, for Old and I will uproot them and reduce every last leaf to a strip of bark to smoldering ash. Won't we, Old? Yeah. I will leave the particulars regarding the means of destruction to the experts. I have, however, procured a link pearl that might better coordinate our efforts. Pray take it with you. And with that, I do believe we are as prepared as we could be. Let us be off, my friends, and remember, should aught go amiss, I am but a link pearl call away. Later, gang. A device to allow that pretentious pudding head to talk to me even if I'm 100 miles away. Far be it from me to scoff at technological progress, but some inventions really could have been done without. Man, true. That's how I feel whenever work calls me. Wow, a Black Mage quest. Yeah. So, like, I try to stay pretty laser focused in my playtime. Like, I'm trying to do strictly MSQ and job quests. With the Black Mage, we had to do a lot of grinding recently. Algana. There you go. Algana, the place I remember. You know, there's another in 1990s with Godzilla and Mothra. That's the one I meant. Yeah, 1990s one. That's my favorite one. The one in the 1960s, I think, is Mothra vs. Godzilla. Like, instead of naming it like Godzilla vs. Mothra 1 and 2, they just like swapped who got like the headliner. You could have just told them that the first one was ages ago, but you'll do a recap, then raise your arms and stomp your feet, go raw and stomp all over their Legos. I'm already stepping on their Legos. I've stepped on so many Legos. Like, some of them like feel designed to be like traps. My son got like a One Piece Lego set recently, and like it came with a devil fruit, and the devil fruit comes in 2 pieces. One of the pieces is really just like spikes pointing upwards, like 4 spikes pointing upward. Like it looks like it was deliberately designed to be the most painful Lego to step on in all humanity. And I stepped on it. Oh, I did. The only quest that you see, this is the only quest that you see the Moon Catboy, because it's mostly Sun Makotes. Ah. And you're just focusing on savages. Nice. We've got a few people who do like savage raids and stuff. Sometimes they enjoy watching me, a noob, stumble through the story for the first time. I think that's why most people watch me, to be honest. How interesting. While Mach has devolved into a vermin-infested bog, Girabanya, if anything, looking more lively than I remember it. Not that that's saying much, of course. But look at me, getting nostalgic for no reason. After all, my body has long since returned to dust, and soon even my memory will fade. But before that, we have a job to do, don't we? I can sense no unusual etheric presence here, so let us venture a bit further into the field. Come along now, old. Now hold on. She's from Final Fantasy XI, right? I never got super far into Final Fantasy XI. It was super grindy. The story wasn't absolutely stellar like this one. Like, I did play it, but I didn't get very far. And now I'm wondering how much of this world is from Final Fantasy XI. Like, is it the same world, just kind of like redesigned? Or is she really not the same Shitoto from Final Fantasy XI, but like she's the Shitoto from this universe and just happens to be ancient? Your voice calms me. I care less for what is being played, more for who's playing it. I'm really glad about that. Honestly, like if I'm gonna be a successful streamer one day, that's kind of the like my strength. It's also crazy that nobody in history has ever told me I had a good voice in real life. I mean, like, it hasn't changed at all. Still the same voice it's always been. But I just don't think people say, like, you have a good voice unless you have, like, a super distinct voice. No one's like, oh man, what a soothing tenor you have. But I can kind of hear it too. Ever since I got like a high quality mic and, you know, started actually listening to myself speak because I record it constantly. It's really weird. Like, the voice is not what I hear in my head. Like, I hear James Earl Jones in here. But, like, it's still a nice voice. It's just weird when it's not coming from inside your head. Did you come upon any wood golems, old? As you can see, these two had the misfortune of coming upon little old me. But that's not all I saw. Yes, it was most remarkable and most horrifying sight. After I delivered a mortal wound to one of these creatures, I saw it extend a gnarled limb, and with its last ounce of strength, try to rip the soul stone from its cohort's chest. It would seem these feral golems have no qualms about cannibalizing each other, which has led me to quite a frightening conclusion. To wit, of all the... whatever could that four-eyed fool want with me at a time like this? Yes, if you have something to report, make it quick. What? Yes, it would be wise for you to make a discreet retreat. We will do the same, and I would reevaluate our options in the light of these most troubling developments. Very well. I will join you at the observatorium shortly. Do gather all the information you can from your colleagues before I arrive. Gods be good. The hero has actually proven himself useful. It would seem that he came upon the most startling scene in the hinterlands. A mass influx of golems of all shapes and sizes, as if summoned from the reaches, from all reaches to the realm by some unholy force. I have my own theory about what this means, but I require more knowledge before plotting our next step. One thing I can say is that we should immediately begin preparing for the worst. In any event, we must move, and quickly. You return to Burgundy Falls and apprise the Beastman of where we stand. I shall go on ahead to the observatorium and see what knowledge the astrologians have gleaned. I would join you as soon as I am able. Whoop. Back to Thanalan. Alright, so when one of the golems died, the other one tried to pull out his soul stone, right? She was about to come to a startling conclusion. I bet that conclusion is that these golems will, take each other's soul stones and double up their own power. And there's probably a golem out there that's collected a whole bunch of soul stones and is super powerful. That is my hunch. And so we're heading to an area where a bunch of golems are gathering together. Do you think we're going to go there and it's going to be one big golem? Or do you think we'll have to fight many golems? What do you think? Friends, comrades, brothers and sisters of the Black, we stand at the brink of a disaster most dire. Not desire. Even as we speak, our foe grows in numbers. Beings of sentient stone and wood gather, summoned by an unknown force, and united for a common purpose, a purpose beyond all understanding. Beyond your understanding, perhaps, but not mine. The golems make for Samal. Okay. In Girabanya, I witnessed a most unsettling sight. A golem with an almost animal fury tearing into its cohort's chest. Disturbing as it was all too clear what I was witnessing. The creature sought a stronger soul stone, that it might augment its strength and prolong its existence. But the power these creatures seek is not limited to that which they can harvest from their own kind. Nah, they're forever in search of a more potent etheric source, and they have finally found one. The astrologians of the observatorium have confirmed my worst fears. The baleful star of our past slowly but inexorably changes course, bringing it closer and closer to this star. It is, as Lady Shatoto says, the golems call out, beckoning it ever closer. According to the latest calculations, any further adjustments to its path, and is all but certain to strike Eorzea head on. Oh, dang. The baleful creatures would climb the highest peak of this land and summon their mother stone to bring disaster to our realm? Inconceivable. And yet, it is just so, my friend. Unless we destroy the lot of them, a collision is all but inevitable. And yet, there are simply too many. Even if we could thin their ranks, they would regrow themselves and regroup in no time. So we done for. Doomed, defeated, done for. Do not give up hope, my frenetic friend. Or do you forget that the most brilliant mind to ever walk the face of Eorzea stands with you? Allow me to propose a foolproof plan. We do absolutely nothing at all. For now, that is. We know that the golems are feeding on each other in pursuit of greater and greater power, so why not sit back and let this process of unnatural selection take its course, till we are left with but a single foe? Out of her mind, Shatoto is. Were that to happen, the creature of untold power and puissance that golem would be. Who says puissance? Yeah, that's right, Kitty. He said puissance. I'm trying to remember what that word means. I haven't heard that in a long time. Final Fantasy 14's always doing that to me. And it came out of a Birdman, no less. Quite so. It would be the mother of all automata. The golem equivalent of yours truly, if you will, and by definition, one of the most formidable foes our realm has seen. Fortunately, I do believe there's one among us who might stand half a chance against such a monstrosity. Old Lady Shatoto insists that you hold, nay, you are the key to this entire operation. I'm not inclined to doubt her, but I would hear it from your own lips. You say with all certainty that you would emerge victorious over this hypothetical golem of mythical proportions? Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Your courage inspires me. Pray, let me offer my strength. That together we may secure the future of our realm. I doubt Old and I will have much need of your services, but do feel free to tag along. It would be my honor. And with that, I should take my leave. I must warn the people of nearby settlements to keep a wide berth of the Great Peak. Mayhap, I will even have occasion to smash a golem or two on my journey. Color me impressed, Old. Your friends are proving more reliable by the minute. And with that, I should return to the Sacrarium, for my grip on consciousness grows more tenuous by the moment. Pray return when you can, and speak to with Lilai upon her awakening. I giggled there. It's because in my head I was imagining, like, oh, we're only one, like, party member short of the of like a normal party, right? And so I was imagining like we had a tank with us. And while I was imagining the tank with us, I imagined like the golem just stomping him flat, like repeatedly, as the Catboy healed him. And we're just mindlessly casting flame, and it got me thinking, like, it would be really funny if there was just like a boss that didn't, like, it would be a terrible gaming experience for the tank, but like just didn't let him play. Like the boss fight starts and he just like starts like just wailing on the tank and he's helpless to defend it. I think that would be really funny. Hello there, long time no see. Hey, Nocturnal Tina. Has it been a long time? I recognize the name, and I do see you whenever I'm playing Final Fantasy, but it is kind of a long time in between plays, as I only do it every Friday. Did you miss a couple Fridays? Did you have some finals? School's almost out. Ah, Old. Called out to Shatoto, but to no avail. No doubt she is deep in slumber, gathering her strength for the battle to come. She did, however, leave a message for you. Slack not in your training, my puppet of destruction. Your powers will be tested as never before. That is not ominous in the least, now is it? In any event, I trust you will be able to keep up, will be up to the task? Yeah, sure. Man, it's a lot like we won't actually be able to make it to Shadowbringers. Not today. I couldn't see the target. Since when has that ever mattered? But this is it. This is like the last quest, I think, unless there are 2 level 70 quests. You did take a few Fridays off. You were busy playing Neverwinter. Neverwinter, the MMO, or Neverwinter, like the awesome CRPG? Probably the MMO, if I had to guess. Old, I trust you have prepared yourself well. Our foe musters at Annex Shrine. The hour of our final confrontation is nigh. The Hearer and our Beastman friends are en route to the Forelands as we speak, and I would join them with all haste. Come as soon as you are able. Shatoto will be awaiting your arrival. Where are we going? Annex Shrine. I don't actually know where that is. It's in the Dravanian Forelands, it turns out. The MMO. That makes sense. Why, thank you very much, Lili. With my own corporeal form having long since faded to dust, it is an honor and a pleasure to see my legacy carried on by men, women, and beastmen after my own... Oh, was I speaking aloud? You can stop gawking any time, or have you forgotten that we have an army of power-hungry golems bent on destroying our realm to dispose of? Fortunately, I've already formulated a perfect plan of attack. You three will see to the stragglers still attempting to scale the mountain. I trust you can handle that much. The Hearer, Old, and myself will scale the summit where the oversized augmented agglomeration of golems surely awaits us. If I may be so bold, Lady Shatoto, I would proffer a small amendment to this plan. Some all, as you surely know, is a holy place to all the dragons who call this land home. I'm ill-inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. The Elder Seedseer has told me that Old has a friend among their kind. Mayhap it would be best if he sought the counsel of this Vidofnir before we proceed. Join the Discord for your character to show you on your progress. Doot, 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 doot. Hi. I wave to you on the Discord. Can't believe I'm saying this, but it's hardly the worst idea I've heard today. I accidentally skipped some text. This is what I get for alt-tabbing. It is my punishment. Sent. I will check it out very, very soon. Alright, I think Vidofnir is upstairs. But yeah, I'm a little curious about Neverwinter. I never hear anyone talk about it. Honestly, like, I hear more people talk about D&D online. I heard some fond stories of that game. I'm a little curious about it. Wait, you're not Vidofnir? Sorry, wrong dragon. Not that you all look alike or anything. An unholy menace doth gather in our midst, threatening to summon doom from the heavens down upon this realm? Such is thy plight? I, too, did sense the presence of an intruder in our sacred home. First I was content to observe, but the danger hath grown far too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine would take up arms against our common foe, thou dost have my blessing. Well, that's a ringing endorsement if ever I've heard one. Here, send word to our Beastman friends. We shall commence the operation at once. Sorry, minor coughing fit. Allergies and such. There's no time to lose, old. Let's make for the summit and dispose of the abomination that awaits us before the comet gets too close for comfort. Alright. I'm a little concerned about this one. We are exactly level 70. And so I do kind of feel like we're going to get our butt kicked. Understood. Pray, leave the rest to us. Lady Shitoto, my colleague from the observatorium, has confirmed your suspicions. On his current path, the falling star will sail wide of us, if by the slimmest of margins, and yet that path shifts with every second, bringing us slowly but inexorably to the brink of calamity. Call it a hunch, but I do believe this imposing fellow might be responsible. Well, I'm glad to see the obvious hasn't escaped you. At any rate, our task is clear. We need only to reduce him to dust before he can summon his dear mother any closer. Well, old, are you ready to stand alongside the greatest mage to ever live in a battle for the very future of our world? Look sharp. This is our time to shine. Alright. You're gonna be the tank, right? My gosh, she is the tank. Whoop. I assume we need to destroy the shards? Is that a thing? Don't just stand there and destroy the stone. Yeah, stone destroyed. What else do you want from me? Would you target that guy? Thank you. Cooking them as fast as I can. Did that work? Feels like it worked. Oh. Get cooked again. One last one. Whoop. Gonna marinate some tiger prawns in tagine and habanero hot honey soon. Dang. That sounds amazing. We do have a food channel in the Discord. I wouldn't mind if you showed the picture of that too. Sounds so good. Leon Kennedy, hey, how are you doing? You did great in the new Resident Evil, by the way. Victory is ours. I only pray it does not come too late. Perhaps if you had some black magic in your repertoire, but it is no matter. I have the utmost faith that old and my efforts were not in vain. That light, the 12 have mercy. Zoop. Here it comes, and there it goes. And with that, my friends, I do believe we've been spared our most crushing fate. Stand tall, old. You and I just saved the world, and I suppose I should thank you as well here for doing the most remarkable job of not mucking everything up. And with that, I believe my work here is done. While I'd love nothing more than to stay and savor our victory a bit longer, all good things must come to an end. Do not look all sad now. With such promising proteges to carry on my legacy, I can go to rest knowing that I did not mother the art of destruction in vain. You have seen our art wielded for the greatest of good and worst of evil, having witnessed firsthand your prowess and the sheer strength of your resolve. I gladly leave the future of our art in your hands. Walk the path well, old of the black. Aye. So where's your soul go? Is it going back into the cup? Or are you just gonna like pop? That millennia from now, we have long since faded into a dim memory. For those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against any who would bring harm to our fair realm. She did pop. Nice hat. Be proud, old. Having shared a mind with Mr. Chatoto all this time, I can assure you that effusive praise does not come easily from her lips. I can still scarcely believe she did me the honor of choosing my body as a vessel. If we're meeting her in the flesh, in a manner of speaking, I had assumed Death's Handmaiden was little more than a witch obsessed with fire and destruction. It would seem my impression may have been an error. May have been? Does your prudish, pig-headed prejudice know no end? Huh, as charming as ever, I see. Dare say you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebear on how to treat a gentleman. Is that so? I do believe I treat a true gentleman just fine, as old here would know. At any rate, we are done here. Let us leave this uncultured boor here to reflect for a bit on how to treat a lady. Just send her some feet pics, dude. You'll be fine. No. Oh, you're still here. That was a test. I promise the foot talk will stop now. We're outside of the foot arc. You'll never leave me? Ah. Thank you. Although I do have 9 minutes before I leave you, but I think we might... If there isn't one more Black Mage quest after this one, there's a chance we have enough time to do the very first quest. What the heck? Where's Kazaka? Dravania? That's where we were. But there is a chance we'll have time to do the very first quest of Shadowbringers. Many golems did come to scale the peak, but they come no more, laid low by our magics. The heavens, too, are calm. I trust your battle with the great beast ended in victory. Just so, my friend. Not to boast, but even Lady Shitoto was most impressed with our efforts. Is that not so, Old? 3 cheers for Shitoto. 3 cheers for Old. 3 cheers for the art of destruction. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah! It's a little long. The first quest of, far be it from me to rain on your parade, but let us not forget that the healer in your ranks played at least a small part in your victory. Walk. A happy day this is. Fly home and share our joy with his brothers and sisters. Dozel will. You will visit Dozel again to share magical learnings, yes? Till then, my friend. I too must take my leave. But know that when we are apart, we always stand as one. Till we meet again. Till next we meet, my friend. I can't help but put words into other people's mouths. I'm just like, I know what you're going to say. I will decide for you. I too must return to Gridania to deliver my official report. I suppose this is farewell, at least for now. Well, don't let us keep you, though. I was wondering if I might express my gratitude to your colleagues at the Observatorium, on behalf of Mistress Shitoto, that is. Leave that to me. I fear not all my friends are so open-minded. If they were to learn that I had allied myself with beastmen and practitioners of the dark arts, there's no telling what sort of twisted rumors might spread. Fear not, Lilai. You have my word that as a healer and a healer, I will do aught I can to work toward the day that you and your fellows can stand proud and receive credit for all the good work you've done. That's sweet and all, but like, I expect nothing to come of it. The fashion outfit you got on your character took months to get. Takes 3 episodes on Sharander to get. And more grinding a week. I'm pretty happy with the Black Mage outfit I threw together. But let's see. I cannot bear to say this in his presence, but our hero friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? I, too, would do everything in my power to make that day a reality. And with that, I do believe our job here is done. Shall we return to the Sacrarium? And to the Sacrarium with us. For some reason, I was having the hardest time. Touching the aetherite. Boop. Welcome back, Old. Once again, I must express my gratitude for all you've done, as well as my profound respect. You mastered our art to a degree that few of us ever attain. While it's not like me to dwell on such matters, I was just reflecting on the hearer's words. Once again, the truth of the battle we waged will never be known to those we fought to save. Needless to say, we do not do what we do for accolades or glory. We do it because it must be done, and to sate our own intellectual curiosity, and yet, it does not sit well with me. No, I cannot just turn a blind eye while the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never again to see the light. When the day will come when we finally emerge from the shadows, I cannot say, but for that day, and for the eyes of all who would follow in our footsteps, I would put all I have seen to paper, just as Master Krukaruka once did. All we have learned of our realm and the arcane, of course, but that is not all. I would write of the bravery of our beastman friends, of a stubborn and self-important hero who, against all odds, proved himself a friend. Most of all, I would write of the illustrious founder of our glorious art, and the adventurer who she would personally entrust with carrying on her legacy. Why, I dare say, the chapter will write itself. I think that's a good idea. Communing with the memory of Shitoto awakens new knowledge. I've learned foul. This concludes the Black Mage quest for Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have completed the main scenario quest, Shadowbringers. And you must have completed the role quest, A Tearful Reunion. I don't know what role quests are. Once you've done so, the next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai. Elemental gauge expanded. What does it do now? The Enochian bar will fill every 30 seconds. The status is maintained. When the crystal at the bottom of the elemental gauge glows pink, you will be under the effect of Polyglot, which allows the spell Foul and Xenoglossy, acquired at level 80, to be cast consuming the crystal. Okay. So it just keeps getting bigger. So I've got this purple thing. What have I got? Do I have Xenoglossy? I've got it here. So ideally, like, I would be doing Xenoglossy things like whenever it pops. But where do I have Foul? Despair? Do I have Foul? Maybe I never put it on the bars. Oh no. Where's... There it is. So it's in... okay. So Xenoglossy, probably a single target heavy damage spell, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. And then Foul is to all target and all enemies. Yes. Gotcha. I understand. I am mastering the Black Mage. Whew. Let's see. Role quests replace job quests in Shadowbringers. I did hear that. It's a role specific quest, like fighter gets a quest, Lancer gets a quest, Lancer? What? Lancer, Mage, Wizard, or Gunzerker. The fun thing is, those are the actual words, and I understood them. Ah. Let's see. It's a role specific quest, like fighter gets a quest, Lancer, Mage, Wizard, or Gunzerker. What's a Gunzerker? What's a Lancer? Those are Dragoons. I'm a little confused, but anyway. Things are gonna go down in Revenant's Toll. Where's the quest? Is it in here? It's in here. That's a Borderlands character, you're sure of it? Like from Borderlands 1? Was he a Gunzerker? No. Gunzerker was... He was in the second one, right? It was Berserker in the first one. Gunzerker in the second? It's been a while. I feel bad that I missed out on Borderlands 4. But like, they were just charging too much for it. I didn't want to support that kind of like awful behavior. Waiting for it to go on sale. We might play it. I enjoyed the third one. But like, I'm patient enough to wait for it to be like reasonably priced. It was 2, yeah. My favorite, I always play the Sirens. Like, I try every single class, but like, I always like fall back on Sirens as like the most fun to play. I didn't miss much, to be honest. That's kind of what I heard. Like, I heard it wasn't bad. I heard it was just like another Borderlands. And that's kind of my expectation with Borderlands. None of them are gonna like blow your mind or anything. They're just normal Borderlands. And that's kind of why I was so annoyed that they were like, you need to pay more for this one just because. This one is, what, $70, $80? Randy Pitchford's a crazy guy. Anyway. My alarm did go off during that quest, so I am going to abandon here. Which is kind of a shame. I was hoping to start Shadowbringers today, but I'm very excited to start it next week. Thank you so much. So I'm going to drink my orange juice. And I'm going to say, good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. I didn't like how that started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. We are about to start the very first quest of Shadowbringers, and I am super excited. Good news, Old. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for the beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks, peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. We better go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Hey, that's a new sound. Does everybody remember this guitar riff clearly? I know a lot of people have like really fond memories of Shadowbringers. A lot of people say it's the best expansion. And they might be right. I'm still trying to remember everything that had happened. All our friends are unconscious, knocked out by a voice that's speaking to them from apparently the base of the Crystal Tower, which is not here. Is that it over there? That's it over there. Take me there, man. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake. And the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Yeah. My cat's here too. Yeah, he hasn't seen me for days. I've been at the office working. How are you doing? And so he's being super affectionate. Means I'm gonna have a huge spike in allergies. Because I'm allergic to you, buddy. I would say moderately allergic to my own cat.
Look how many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
This is the first time we've heard Big's voice.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Isn't the point of a beacon that it's super easy to find?
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Making a lot of assumptions, Tadaru. Maybe I'm dying of a brain hemorrhage. She's like, good luck in Narnia.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Bear me with you.
Sorry, I'm taking so many screenshots.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
Is that Menphilia? Been a while. Hi, old man Windbreaker. It's good to see you up. It is a strange time for me to be streaming.
From endless dreams I awake.
Strange time, indeed. It's about bedtime for you.
Vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
You in Australia? Or maybe New Zealand? Maybe Eastern European. Wait, are you the guy from the very first cutscene?
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Tripping balls? What do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah. You're from India. Apparently it's sunrise over New Zealand.
Bleeding years ago, that's when.
Sunrise is usually when I prefer to go to sleep. Maybe a bit of a personal preference, though.
Look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
At least I brought the right hat for all this sun.
Heights it rises, the gleaming spire, its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew, between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
They nailed the intro. Absolutely beautiful around here. Almost feels like I stumbled into Elden Ring. But with the god rays, the fields of vast purple. Now all I need is something on the peak there that'll jump down and kill me as soon as I walk under it.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Limsa Lamensa.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Yeah, fair enough.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Okay.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh no.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
I've got a couple.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Okay.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Who, me?
Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
The source being...
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
I feel like I've taken as many screenshots in this one mission and I've taken in my entire time playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's crazy out here. Here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Ooh. White oak weapon coffer. I also have some attire coffers. Honestly, that's not a bad look at all. But I think I'm gonna stick with our glamour on top of it. The weapon wasn't better, though. How are you not better? I mean, it says it's better. Alright. Let's do this. White oak chest gear coffer. Okay. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem in order. I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to an Aetheryte, a convenience with which I'm sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail to find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest that you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive at the Crystalline Mine. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit to the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, but like top or bottom. Seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. Trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In honesty, the true challenge may be finding the right way to approach its citizens. Everyone's Grudge, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? What were you playing? As you discovered during your encounter with certain... Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask you from whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal XIV. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Yeah, well, what is your homeworld? The source? When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Hey, doing good. I was playing Final Fantasy XIV. Are you just starting Shadowbringers? Yeah. We just accepted the second official quest of Shadowbringers. This is my first time ever seeing any of this. I haven't even seen anybody else stream it. I don't know anything of the story. And man, even like the first second was kind of a trip. Taking more screenshots in like the last hour than I have in like my entire playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV up to this point. Awesome, you're in for a great time. I'm so excited. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of aether. Your connections to these energies is faint but stable. Should allow you to teleportation to aetherites in the source. Okay, so I am from the source. Like he suggested, I claim I'm from the source, but if I believe the aetherite there, that's true. Wonder if that means the Crystal Exarch. Never mind. I don't want to accidentally spoil anything, although I think most people watching may already be familiar with the things that happened. Howdy. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? Not here. I'm gonna guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer than here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us and the Mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is a place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking I'll be handing it to you on a plate like those Ulmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it that you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friend of his is a friend of ours. Okay. It's really incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence. Pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. The Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, and the oldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. Yes, he is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he's never let us down yet. So, if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. Hi, kitty. Hop on up. You want to meow at everybody? We've got a few guests. Good job. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning.
Need this for...
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It'll be just a minute, but then you can have it. Okay. My wife needs the computer, and I'm going to get it to her as soon as we can. You exchange with Catless what Catless has taught you about the life in the Crystarium. I think I got 2 more people to meet. Adorable. You heard the kitty, didn't you? Yeah. He trills like that. Your cat speaks mostly in trills too? Yeah. The other one I've got mostly just screams at the top of his lungs. Her lungs. Where is this guy? Ah. Okay. Thank you, dear. Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even a scrap of scribbled on parchment. My apologies, literature is something of an obsession of mine as well as a profession. Librarian Morian at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Aha, so you've been interested in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you'd prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Does he think I'm dumb? Maybe she? Here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable. On with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadow Keeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrent alone, spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate. Their effulgent presence stole the night from the Norvrent sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear this tale again, I would be glad to retell it to you. Oh, or would you rather I speak of other matters? That too would be my pleasure. Should be glad for the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. Whoop. Ah, my legs. I should probably be touching these crystals everywhere. Zoop. Alright. One more person to visit off in this direction. Oh, you must be Braggy. New to the city, friend. The head spinning and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I'm a master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for humans such as yourself. So finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry, I'm actually a hearer? Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a human like you. Taller one's an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgant, whilst the one with the horns is a Drawn. And then you have the large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. You've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, despite their obvious learning. They floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or custom, I'm here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Bragi has taught you about the peoples of the First. So is this the expansion where they introduced cat people and bunnies? Because I can't recall seeing them in any cutscenes prior to this. Hey Skywatcher, what's the weather gonna be? Sunny? Very curious what his job actually entails here. Bloop. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of the world and its people? Yeah. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. Yes, this one added male Hrothgar and female Viera. Yeah. Neato. And I know female Hrothgar and male Viera are a thing now, or I think they are. Were they introduced in Dawn Trail or Endwalker? As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted the details were sparse. Structure is, in fact, the self-same as the one you know from the source, transported to the First in its entirety. It was my attempt at breaching the boundaries between the worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Male Viera was added in Endwalker, female Hrothgar came with Dawn Trail. Thank you. You're very handy. Thank you for your knowledge. I hope everyone saw Stream Element shout out everyone's grudge here. They're apparently a lot more knowledgeable about Final Fantasy XIV than I am. Give them a follow. Although I've got a hunch most of the people in here right now came from your stream. Alright. Is this a pretty shirt? Apparently I can't wear it. Although the stats looked better. Unable to change gear, insufficient armory chest space. Is that my biggest problem right now? I'll have to solve that on my own time. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfill my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things. But I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. just like that, then Grahatia is... Not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery at another time. For now, I think it's best we focus on the present. So the one thing I do know is that Graha was the cat boy who was related to the Crystal Tower raids that they made us do at the end of A Realm Reborn. It's been a while for us. And the Aura were added in Heavensward. Oh! Is that when the Aura showed up? I didn't know that. My Final Fantasy XIV history is like this. The game released 100,000 years ago, and I bought the collector's edition and played it right on release. And secretly I had a great time. I did not stick around with it. It was weird. And then I stopped playing it for a long time. And I kept revisiting it every now and then, even after A Realm Reborn. And I could never get through A Realm Reborn because I kept trying to play it like World of Warcraft. And eventually, I learned to read. And then, I discovered that I really, really liked this game. It had like one of the best stories of probably any game I have ever played in my entire life. Which was like a huge shock for me. But, you know, you had to treat the game almost like a book as much as you treated it like a game. But my ADHD self played about halfway through Stormblood, got distracted, lost track of time, and I never went through it again. But now, I'm a streamer, and I've committed to playing 2 hours every week until I beat the entire main story. I started when Dawn Trail came out, and so it's been a while. It's been multiple years of playing Final Fantasy XIV every Friday. We'll get there. Fun fact, when Yugiri first showed up in this story, her model used the female Makote skeleton because Aura weren't in the game yet. That is a fun fact. I need to go check my old videos now. See if I can see the difference. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. I know Final Fantasy XIV is kind of famous for recycling skeletons. Oh, I didn't know you were reaching Shadowbringers now, Sir Sugarheart. It is true.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
I was actually really excited to start this morning, but I overslept. And so now I'm taking a cheeky lunch break while work isn't paying attention. I feel like I deserve a 2-hour lunch break.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
I do, though.
As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Oh, dang. So, what have they been up to?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Wait, you're still on? Yeah. So, I overslept, started playing, during my lunch break, which I've got a meeting at 3:15. I'm hoping to sneak out of there and not be too late to that before anyone notices I'm gone. But yeah, I'm here.
Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
What?
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home.
You went to bed a little after 5:30 in the morning and figured you weren't going to be on this morning since you hadn't started yet? Gotta squeeze in that game time some when. Yeah. Yep. I gotta... Like, work has been really aggressive lately. They've been putting me on nights and weekends, but I refuse to work more than 40 hours a week, and I fight for that. And so, like, I can squeeze in a long lunch break if I've put in the time beforehand. And so that's where I am today. Although if they found out I was playing video games over break, they might be upset. But, you know, they can just deal with it.
What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm off the clock. Exactly. Isn't that right, kitty? It's your break time. Yeah, the thing with work is everything they tell me to do is critical and urgent. And so it's really hard for me to step away. Because they'll be like, how could you possibly walk away at this such an important moment? And I can honestly say, because every single other moment was super important. How dare you value my time? Bathroom time can be just as important. How did you know I'm in the bathroom? I was amazed that I could set up my PC in here. No one will know. For the moment. Respond with,
excellent.
It is what it
I will
is.
not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road.
Hi, kitty.
Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Kitty is your manager, right? I'm not gonna lie, I have been late to a meeting before because I had a cat on me and did not want him to move. I didn't think my presence was all that important. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants. Which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Okay. But yeah, work will take everything from you if you let it. Like, you give them an inch and they'll take all the inches, and then they'll give you a few. Not where you want them. And so you gotta make time for your own mental health. And don't let anyone convince you otherwise. You'll turn out better work that way. I say while I work on my side hustle. Which is really more work, not much of a break, but I am really excited about this moment.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. Aught you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
At your last job, your manager tried to get you to work for free on paperwork at home, and you told her you flat out you couldn't do that. You have a life outside of the job. Apparently, you weren't allowed to have life outside the job. They didn't pay enough for you to work for free. It's weird how they don't seem to understand that. Yesterday I was at work from 7:30 in the morning until 5:30 at night, and they were still going. They were like, "Hey, it's been a long day. Let's have dinner. I'm buying." And I'm like, "No, I'm going home. I've got a family to feed." And sometimes it's rough. I work with a lot of young people, and so like they're down to party. She said she would do the paperwork at home off the clock. You pointed out she's salary. That's different than hourly wage. Yeah, I am salary. And I'm playing video games. This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. You might need to prepare for your journey can be purchased here.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
I feel like he's over-explaining a little bit. He's like, I cannot have any plot holes in you being here. So this is why things sound the same. This is why things feel the same. Is this a game that like references hell sometimes? Because I think that's come up. Like maybe Thal's realm is hell, but they will say hell here. Some game did that, and I think it might be Final Fantasy XIV. Where hell is canon, it just might be a little bit different. Or those Allegan tombstones?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Excuse me, what?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Oh no, this is how Link got stuck with Navi.
But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
I haven't checked the nails. They're in these gloves.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
Did you hear him just call me a snack? I appreciate it.
Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Yeah. Send a message to Tataru, please.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium.
Sugar, Night Lautrec, welcome in.
Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Sorry you're late. You're not late. I'm late. When you first played 14, you thought Feo Ul was Feo Ui. Then you heard the voice saying it pronounced correctly. I do appreciate how much of the first couple of quests have been fully voice acted. It was nice hearing Biggs speak for like the first time. I don't know if it's the first time, but I feel like I hadn't heard like his strong Irish voice. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to the delivery Moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Alright. So they're here just patching up all the plot holes. Just slapping some spackle on it. Now, if you'll follow me to this corner, we'll explain why Hildebrand exists in this world. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. I'll have a private room here in the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of it as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Old. We are denied the comfort blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Well, I hope you have blackout curtains. Like, that would be invention number 1. If you've got the problem of the sun never setting. Hildebrand is not bound by the laws of reason. I know, right? I love Hildebrand. If I complete all of the story of Final Fantasy XIV, we ever actually catch up, which I think would either be at the end of Evercold or at the beginning of the next expansion after that. I think if it's popular enough and I need to keep going, Hildebrand's quest is next in line, right? Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you'd care to retire. Yeah. Hildebrand is bound by the laws of gentlemanly grace. That is true. Yeah, why'd you make this door a window if the sun never sets? You! Oh, hey, buddy. Good to see you again.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
And you are the warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness.
Yeah. 01.
Sorry about that. My wife needed something from the desk I was sitting in. How's Shadowbringers so far? Shadowbringers has been great. This guy just brought a shadow. You leave the Hildebrand quest for when you want to shut your brain off and watch a movie. It's so good. Aye. That was what I called myself in your world, the Warrior of Darkness.
My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source, a daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
That's rough, buddy.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
You got to run now. Hope you have a great stream. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for all your wise information on Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone, check out Everyone's Grudge if you feel so inclined. I'd like to see their stream soon after I'm done, if I've got time before my meeting. 100 years passed since the flood.
100 years. 100 long years.
That's how you can tell I'm enjoying the story, is because I'm actually remembering these things. Takes a lot to get me to pay attention.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Just visiting. Part of the free trial now, don't you know? There's guided tours.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured.
Yeah, to sit by and watch. 'Cause I do all the things you couldn't do.
If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
I'm really excited to uncover more of his story. I'm going to discover that there was an AoE and he stood in it. And that's how he failed. Where am I? Speak to the Crystal Exarch. I kind of wanted to like jump down there, but it doesn't look like I'm allowed to do that. Which is a shame because I'm curious what's going on in the Abyss. Be like, hey everybody, I found the shadow. And we could go around touching all the Aetherites, but I'm going to go ahead and save that for off stream. You're starting the Lokerite tribe crafting quests. Gotta grind that Lop Hop dance. That sounds awesome. What a Lop Hop. Master Old, the Exarch awaits you within. Alright. What's up?
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
You hope if we get another housing ward, it looks like the Crystarium? Is the Crystarium another housing ward? Can I live there? I'm completely unfamiliar with this. Not yet. Oh, okay. I saw some spooky ghosts.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
Excuse me? You were rather tired. You just whipped me across dimensions here. And you're going to, you know, doubt what I'm seeing?
Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
I think people were talking about...
This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
I think people were talking about housing being added in the Evercold expansion, but I can't say for sure. They announced a lot at the Fan Fest, and so I have not kept up with much of it. I do know the newest job that they've announced is the Beastmaster. I gotta say, it doesn't look super exciting, but I am curious how it's going to turn out.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Oh, that's cool.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
Okay.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement.
That does sound like our crazy billionaire backer.
Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armorang.
Beastmaster is a limited job like the Blue Mage? Well, now I'm not interested in the slightest. Like, I haven't even been a Blue Mage yet.
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters.
But then again, if I make it through the entire main story, I suppose that would be interesting.
In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
I'll probably see her first. You know, because she's the most likely to die?
So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters.
Oh?
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
It's actually kind of cool that they split up and each one of them is doing exactly what they would do. Oh, how much time do I have? About 30 minutes? In search of Alice. Ready to depart for Amarang? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Wow, dow, wow, da, da, dow. Hustle. Just appreciating the music out here. Very Final Fantasy. Sometimes I do think of like what I will do if I ever actually catch up to the main story in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, we can keep Final Fantasy XIV or Final Fantasy Fridays being a thing by playing through all the other Final Fantasies. Might skip 11. If you come looking for work, I've got a spot for another guard. Nah, dog. Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Almarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Are you the Chocobo Keeper, is he? Looking to procure yourself an Amaro? And I'd reckon you come to the right place. 1 second, if you would. And there we have it. I've added you to our registry. Come back whenever you need a mount. Oh dear, yeah, this is quite a pity. I'm afraid you've not been registered to disembark at any of our other Amaro stops. Quite sorry, but we can't let you fly unless you're cleared for landing. Those are the rules, you see. Yeah, you're a Chocobo Keep. I get it. All set? Then off to Unforgiving Sands we go. You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the adroit Amaro tamer to fly to the desert. You can also use your Aether Compass to assist with locating Aether Currents in the new region. The Aether Compass can be found under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Yeah, I imagine that's rough in the desert. Ugh. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at the Journey's Head, which is where this Alice friend of yours is staying. But it's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sounds good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Yeah, that's pretty straight. Got some really cool critters out here. Cactuars wear sombreros. Don't mind me just taking in the sights. Now I'm filled with regret. Alright, we appreciated the sights, now we gotta sprint through them. Sometimes it's weird to be in a place where, like, enemies attack you, you know? I'm not really accustomed to this. Stop here a moment. This your first visit to Amarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sound, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. What? The blinding sun? That pretty wall of nothing? Oh. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasser Sharl, fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabeth Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe, when they say it was once one of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along, great chunks of Nabeth Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everything here is as deserted as this place. Just wait till you see the Mord Souk. Let's press on, shall we? I mean, this is just straight up fun. Like, it almost feels like a book. Like you're reading along and everyone's like, they're introducing all the main characters and all the regions and all the like local lore. That guy is made of mud. There's a human being out here. What up? Here we are, Mord Souk by the Blessed Shadow. I love this town. I got a little more time. First, I'm gonna go touch this crystal, though. We found the Firefox. Part of me is a little shocked to see like active players here. Like, I feel like when a game gets as huge as Final Fantasy XIV, like even if you have millions of players, like what are the odds that they're here at like the exact halfway point, you know? Mord Souk, not just full of Mord, but Humes, and all manner of others too. It's long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Have you met the Mord before? They look like shifty little blighters, but more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Gengen or Genjen? Oh, and you're Genjin or Genjin. Kobolds. I get it. Neat. Oh, hey. Pick this up while we're here. Registered. They've got water. That's half the battle. So this is a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord Sook.
Mord Such?
Sook is Mordish for city.
Oh, Sook.
As things stand, this Sook boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Sook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Oh, dang.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots! Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Does sound like good advice. That's what I like to do in the morning, personally. Eat for 3 before I leave. Honestly, I was just thinking, like, tonight feels like an entire pizza by yourself kind of night. Wonder if my kids agree. Welcome to Ronron's Traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose. No drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You can move the camera, zoom in, zoom out, inspect stuff with R, right trigger, and A. My, that's good meat. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on the chilly desert nights. And it does sound good. And you got some naan here? That we call mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bitter, sweet cactus fruit, so even the bread even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in this heat. Everyone's favorite plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Honestly, sounds a little good. Oh, you like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hidden under rocks. Spear with stick, roast over fire, crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Not gonna lie, in real life I would try one of each. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose? Give me a glazed wriggler. Like, I'm really curious. Like, I need to know what they taste like. I know what honey tastes like, and it's a great flavor. Too good to resist, eh? That's what I would have chosen. You have the gold? And done. One Verbertites honor buys you 15 jars. See, I want like some of everything. We didn't have to like go that route. Will you eat the lot? Every last mouthful. I ain't no quitter. What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Alright, you shall head to rest now. Thank you for the stream, Sugarheart. Thank you for watching. You have a good rest. I was watching from here, Old. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You'll always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Arang, we are here to provide. I am a little curious how, like, the others would have gone. Alright, here's the deal. I do have to make my meeting that's in, like, 30 minutes, and I think it would be wise if I quit. Ooh, hey. It's 2:42 a.m. your time. I think it would be wise for me to call it quits at the moment. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We are in Mordsuk. And we just ate a bunch of bugs. And it was great. Would do it again. I actually looked up on the internet whether there were different results based on what you chose, and nope, they're all basically the same. We ate the bugs, and they were yummy, and I regret nothing. Alright, let's get started. So excited to be in Stormblood. Yeah, I mean Shadowbringers. We'll get used to saying that. I still think it was a mistake for them to like have two expansions starting with SB, like one right after the other. You have courage, my friend. Ron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I conclude my business here in Mordsuk. What about my needs? Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye. Well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up at the market. All properly paid for. I just need you to do the lifting and carrying. Alright. And here you are going off to bed. Ada, no! It's Friday. Do you work Saturday? It's the only reason I'll excuse this sort of behavior. I'll go and take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Wow, 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 wow. Enjoy your time on Black Mage. We'll lurk on PC whilst you head to Dreamland. Have a good dream. Have them be sweet and whatnot. It will be good. Give me this cured leather. Hungry again? You have a strong stomach, friend. But I wouldn't eat those. Oh, right. Good. Yeah. Whoops. Nabath, Arang, Antiquities, Mill, to be collected from Mulmul. Give me the leather. Do I have to target Ron while I do that? No. So it's not you. Okay, I see it. I need table cactus from Thon, iron ore from Thol, and Nabatharang from Meal. So really I'm just wandering around, huh? But yeah, I definitely feel that. Last week, let's see, that's water. Not what we need. Latgar, you're not a person. Thol. That's one of the names that matters. Gimme. Khazard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore, of course. I would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Hi, Sophie. She's idle. I wonder if she's reading a book. All right. So let's start popping into houses, I guess. Nope. Thon. And Mulmul. We need Mill. You came with Khazard, yes? Good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. See, those are antiquities. But we need Meal. To be collected from Mule. Are you guys related? Give me the stuff. Hey, no touching. The merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Khazard sent you? Well, why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. How about the relics, wasn't it? All packed in the box there. Handled with care. One relics, please. It feels weird to collect a box of relics like that. Because I'm thinking, like, isn't that one of those things you would purchase, like, one at a time? You can't just say, like, give me a box of antiques, please. Before you know it, I'm being human trafficked. Oh, you know what? We should drink some orange juice. That's the stuff. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Yeah, man.
Thanks,
Hurry it
David.
up. Mephisto Faust, thank you for the follow. That's the lot. All right, good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. Thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. Hope to conclude all my business before you return. It seems there's still some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I've had to drag in my middleman to sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard! Feels like ages since I last saw you. Hey girl, hey. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're old, aren't you? It's like talking to like my kids' friends. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn. I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. You want me to take over as Old's guides, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. It would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be waiting in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Almarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Yeah, thanks, man. Mighty kind of you. So why do you give me a box of gloves instead of just giving me the gloves? Is it because... Hang on, I can't see the gloves very well. Let's get up next to a wall so we can mush the camera. It's not a bad look. Morning, Sugarheart. Morning, 10 days. How are you doing? Whoop. There we go. I do like the plain brown leather road gloves. Alice has been desperate to see you, Old. So let's get you to her sooner at that rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. Rock spires? You lied. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, we step out here. Rock spires. Ah, there they are. Now I believe you. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. Most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance. The local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Think you could handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alisea was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? How much I like exploding coyotes? It's no secret. Ooh, I think we are actually fighting. We have not done much of that. I don't think, like, there was any combat for, like, 2 whole hours last week. And so the game is finally like, you know what? Maybe we should make them play the game. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alisea was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it all makes sense. We should push on. Might be the best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here, so you can fight without any distractions. There's something a little off about her. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But I think she wants me to barbecue coyotes. To what ends, I have no idea. Gonna switch it up so we can hit you with the lightning. Let me give you like one of these 1-2s. And that'll teach you for being an animal in the wild. I do appreciate this not being like an escort mission. Alright, I barbecued a few puppies for you. Thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Sneak around the turtle. Avoid the moles. There is an aetheryte over here in the spires. When she said in the spires, they really are like in the spires. Now I'm gonna touch that, and I'm gonna give the owl porter a squeeze as well. Hey girl, hey. We have ammo for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to the register. That way, you'll be able to come back here anytime you like. Alright. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. Seems you ended up escorting me. I have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we? Why, you got puppies in there to cook? They don't seem so hot. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. This isn't contagious, is it? Contagious? Well, no, not as far as we know. I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. You know, since these videos are almost like a little time capsule of a sort, I feel like now's the time to like mention a week or two ago there was a crazy scare of like a potential new pandemic called the hantavirus. Like it covered like the news for like a week and a half. It infected exactly one person. And they just like went on and on and on about it. I just thought, you know, when you see this episode 30 years in the future, just know how dumb we were back in 2026 about various contagious infectious diseases. And how dumb the news probably still is. It's probably worse now. Here in the year 2036. I'll also predict, I bet there'll be another pandemic by then. And so maybe it won't be as crazy, but we'll see. Tesleen casts her gaze around the inn, hoping to spot Alice. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She actually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out to the south, and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Is that the watchtower? Did it get split in half? Oh, that's gotta be the watchtower. Because that's where I'd go to watch things. I like how there's a different pile of enemies over here. Sugar, Night-Lautrec, how are you doing? I'll say is nowhere to be seen, but you spot a fresh set of foot prints on the ground. They look to be about the right size. I mean, I can head out in that direction. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. They didn't, but all right. They continue on to the northwest. Look, I'm all for tracking. But like, I feel like in the case of trying to find somebody with like a teenage girl's body, maybe don't. Maybe wait patiently at the end. The footprints continue out to the west. Would you mind, Mr. Gilman? You're fantastic. How am I? I'm doing okay. I don't think I got enough sleep this week, but that's fine. Footprints curve around to the west. But you know, I'm doing better than last week when I overslept and missed my first Shadowbringers stream. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Wonder if somebody's out here eating sins.
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive. Stay positive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
Do the Japanese always like start looking at thighs before they make eye contact? I mean, I do. It's just because I'm afraid of like eye contact. But sometimes I worry that the camera panning from like feet to head.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
In like every video game might like build some bad habits in the youth.
The XIV did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been.
As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived.
I haven't seen them yet.
I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least.
You'd get stuck on the feet knowing me? Well, no, hang on. I don't have the foot fetish. I'm just willing to appeal to anybody who does. I have great feet. I'm the supplier, not the demander. Like, I'm a young entrepreneur.
Taro and the others must be. I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
I'm just looking for, like, new revenue streams, you know? Like, I'll start a Patreon for feet pics.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal.
Whatever you say, Sugar, Lamau. There was one person I saw recently, and I don't know why I thought this, but for some reason I was like, I bet you have great feet. Like, have you ever met somebody and thought, like, you know, they probably have perfect feet? I mean, like, besides me.
But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims.
Like, you know, I'm not interested in the feet. I just, you know, I was like, that is a person with great feet, I'm sure. I can't say you have. Well, like, I mean, I couldn't say I have before the other day either. It was just like, yeah, that is a great foot-having person.
Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
And so it began.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood.
I want to say I'm a little too old to develop fetishes. I don't know that, like, people do develop fetishes after, like, the age of 30. Like, I kind of assume.
Years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
Like, I think I'm past the age of discovery for fetishes. I'm, like, on the degrading slope. But, like, maybe something new will come up. Like, I imagine there could be, like, a surprise experience. Like, maybe one day I slip and fall into a vat of shrimp, of live shrimp, and then I'd be like, oh, well, that awakened something in me. But, like, other than that, like, I think I'm set for weird fetishes.
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared.
Probably boils down to how adventurous you are, I imagine. Well, I'm quite adventurous. It's just like, there's not... How many more adventures do I have?
For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down.
Hey, maybe I'm not adventurous anymore. Because, like, I'm looking forward to retirement so I can sit here and play video games. Like, you know, there are other people who are looking forward to retirement so that they can travel the world. Or at least that used to be the thing. Let's hope that doesn't happen. What, the falling into a vat of shrimp? I mean, that's the sort of adventure I have.
Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations.
Like, you just kind of like seize the opportunities as they come up. Like you meet a new person, they're like, hey, I work at a shrimp factory. Would you like a tour? You can take your kids. I'll be like, yeah, I'll come see you at a shift at the shrimp factory.
Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood.
Want to dive in? Well, I think like the health inspector would have something to say about that, but like, if I went to a shrimp factory and they're like, do you want to take a dip in the vat? Like, they're like, for real, it will blow your mind. I'm taking a dip in that vat. Like, I used to, when I was a kid, I would swim in an irrigation ditch that had like a lot of fish in it. Like little bottom feeders that would nibble on you. I imagine it'll be a lot like that. Oh, that's where that fetish came from.
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
But yeah, am I alone in the taking a dip in the shrimp vat? Like if somebody offered you the opportunity, you wouldn't swim with the shrimp? It's just a matter of time. More of some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. To add insult to injury, afflicted or feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you. Well, you help me finish my patrol, of course. Yeah, that sounds fine. I did miss the important part about like the affliction being potentially contagious. Like, is this like a zombie outbreak? Do I have to be concerned? I mean, you've been doing this for 5 years. That's probably fine. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn. You clear the west. And that way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. I'll mark on these spots on your map where the get cooked. One of these is triple cast. Woo! I'll mark on your map where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your Aether. Ooh. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back in the north entrance. Good hunting. The shrimp have their vat, I have mine. Excuse me, we were having a moment here. Yeah, like... It's... I think I'm more happy than annoyed that, like, the game is actually doing stuff. Like, it's been too long since I've actually had, you know, to fight the occasional monster. And so it's nice to be a level that actually draws aggro. It makes you feel like you're in the right place, even if it is slightly annoying. I'm also getting some good sliding back into the ley lines practice. Forgiven cowardice. Man, I have to go back and like watch my own videos, which is quite a chore. I mean, like, why would anybody watch this? Here, let's have some orange juice before this next fight. Kitty! Gonna hop up here? That was me lowering the arm of my chair. There you go, buddy. They could do with revamping the overworld. Oh, there were no sins here. Hi, kitty. Yeah. This is the real reason my stream gets any traffic is here, meowing into the mic. Give him a good meow. Ow. Ow. Was not a meow, that was a bite. So I was talking about shrimp bats, and I might have ignored a bit of the story. Seeing as how I'm fighting forgiven cowardice here, I get the impression the afflicted are people who have sinned, and then, I don't know, the powers that be in the light have forgiven their sins and turned them into sin eaters? Which, you know, makes sense. Alice probably explained it all, but we were talking about feet and shrimp. Pretty on the money? Nice. How did you fare? Pretty good. I thought there might be one or two lurking out on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending upon a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Makes sense. But I wonder if there's like an aspect of controlled fires to this. Like with fire, like wildfires, you don't want to put out every single one. Because then like the trees have an opportunity to like overgrow and cause a big explosion all at once. Let me imagine how that would work. So like you kill all the sin eaters, right? The people go get complacent and grow comfortable. And then maybe they get overtaken by more petty sins like greed and avarice and possibly lust or other gross things. And anyway, that becomes some sort of an epidemic, you know, like capitalism. And then all of a sudden, you've got this massive incursion where, like, you know, normally with these monsters creeping up, like, you get some occasional wraths and cowardice spawns. I'm making this up. Anyway, Alice tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have my thanks. And my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. That's pretty normal. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice has missed your company. Everything is always, if Old was here, he would... That's an exaggeration. I don't sound like that either. Simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Old's methods. The old ways? Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might get a little smitten myself. Only teasing. I have no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. And now he has a new hat. You were joking about falling for me before. But how about now? You can't see my eyes. I do like that hat. I like that hat a lot. But we stick with the glamour. Is there like a quick glamour apply? Handsome, right? I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry. Oh, you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, you could tend to a few patients, perhaps. There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them. And seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Ponel, Todin, and Halric. They might not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. You can set up a macro for glams? That makes sense. Alright, the kitty is left. Possibly to bite my feet. I am looking forward to the day in real life when people can dress how they want. Like, I feel like that day is coming where, like, Final Fantasy glamours become more of a real thing. There's technically nothing stopping you now. Except, you know, societal expectations. Needing to count on, like, people that care who you are and what you're about in order to employ you and whatnot. But I feel like a day in a post-scarcity society is coming where you can wear your robe and wizard's hat to the grocery store. Maybe your fursuit in the pursuit of happiness. Thank you. Hey, where is everybody else? Ah. Looking a little pale there. Let me slather some honey on your face. Totem glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Hey, kid. Let me just wave at the table. Arlek remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin is hardened in something akin to plaster. Gotcha. So, like, they're going through the stages of sin eating. You've seen the patients. How were they? Gross. Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric, though. I have to speak with the other cares, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Old to Mord Sook. You have any errands that need doing? Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up the nectarine, a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Old. There's something I want you to see right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. My man Ron. Robe and wizard hat? Isn't that just what they do in Florida? Usually it takes some strain of meth, but yeah, they do that. Going somewhere? Why not travel in style? Ever since the pandemic, my job has been a work from home position. And so I have been investing in more like comfort clothing. And so in real life, I am dressed in more white mage gear than the average person. You know, fluffy hoodies that are 10,000 times bigger than I actually need. But also in the summer, I switch to like more linen gears. Like I've discovered a love for linen shirts. And I want to invest more in clothing, especially for the sake of comfort, you know? Comfort clothing just can't be beat. Yeah, I do get strange looks every now and then when I order a pizza. And then like I shuffle out of the house looking dapper as hell. They're like, don't you live in a society? And I'm like, nope, not me. I live in a basement. Oh, back again, are you? Need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. You have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give something away for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honey worms as well. Hey, that's what I had. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friend. Okay, look, they're not worms. They're grubs. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Ooh, that sounds fun. One of the best things about this expansion so far has been the views, but yeah. You think those are worms? They've got feet. Maybe they should open an OnlyFans. It's about the only way to make any money these days. I'm not just kidding. The average OnlyFans income is like $87 a month. Don't do it. I mean, like, unless that's your passion. In which case, follow it. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Is that sand or...
That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance.
Is it like liquid or solid or gas?
That nectarine you bought. It's Halric's favorite fruit.
You think we can hit him with it from here?
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
All the more reason to hit him with the fruit.
They all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Trying to remember how long she imagines she's been here. It's like 5 years, right? Oh yeah, I saw another aetheryte in the distance. Wonder when we'll go touch that one. I've been actually looking up a lot about, well, not looking up. I get YouTube recommended videos for like people, this one series where like celebrities eat like their last meal, or at least influencers. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Sam Reich, various comedians, Jamarco Cerezi. And like, it's a super interesting show. They like bring somebody in, they eat like 7 courses of like what their last meal would be. I love those. You love those too? Yeah, they're so good. Like, it's fascinating. I'm glad I was able to show you all that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. I need you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat proposed to others. When the person becomes the eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and I would spare them that suffering. There's a way of fighting back that is against a fate worse than death. So, like, I'm kind of thinking, like, what would my last meal be? Like, I think that's what everybody would think, right? Where am I going? Back down there? We can take the bird. And I think I would want to do, like, doing my life in reverse kind of thing. Like, going through meals that were staples of certain eras in my life. Where's the bird person? They're over here, right? That and Hot Ones are probably some of your favorites when it comes to YouTube shows. Hot Ones is interesting, right? But, like, what? I've never seen an episode of Hot Ones. I know exactly what you mean. Like, people are basically interviewing while they're eating wings, right? But, like, I'm curious how that goes. I would be a good guest on Hot Ones because, like, I've definitely got, like, a tolerance limit, and you could definitely meet that, and it would be physically visible what would happen to me. Going somewhere? Why not travel in style? Yeah, okay. I guess I did see somebody, I think it was actually the CEO of Twitch, Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy? Or is he the Rainbow Six guy? He was doing an interview where they were eating wings. And, like, it wasn't Hot Ones. It was somebody just, like, copying Hot Ones for clout. Sean Evans is amazing at what he does. I've got to figure out who Sean Evans is. Wait, is Sean Evans the guy from The Last Meal? Does he also do Hot Ones? Dan Clancy. Yeah, I keep getting them confused. You're back. Hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? There you go. Dan Clancy is the Twitch guy. Thank you, thank you. I forget. I kind of worry about him. Is it that weird? Like, I worry about Dan Clancy because I feel like Twitch is destroying his psyche very slowly. Like, when he first started, I'm like, you've got some good ideas, and you seem like a smart guy. And then, like, over the years, it's just been getting worse and worse. I think the last I heard, he was giving, like, influencers pile drivers on stage. I'm like, you've gotten a little lost in the sauce. Like, you've spent too much time with people who would do anything to be famous, and it's rubbing off on you. You gotta stop. Thank you. Alice explained why I wanted this, hasn't she? I can see it in your eyes. We may not need it just yet. I spoke with others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though. The time does come suddenly. We'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. You'd love to see that on live stream, though? Lamau, I think it was on live stream. I think it was before, like, the last TwitchCon. Maybe, like, some kind of special event. I think he wasn't, like, trying to pile drive influencers. I think he was trying to dance with them. And, you know, he was trying to do, like, a lift and accidentally, like, dropped somebody on stage. Now I'm like, you're old, man. Quit it. Like, I say that, and I'm out here, you know, trying to do basically the old thing. The same thing. I'm not so naive to believe that, like, I wouldn't fall prey to, like, my mind becoming mush with fame. It might happen. Maybe I'll be pile driving influencers on stage one day. Dan Clancy's gonna be the next WWE superstar. He's heading in that direction, I think. Hey, Old Man Windbreaker over on Twitch. Good morning. Well, nothing is gonna happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, and I'll make us a nice stew. Weren't you the person who was just making poison food? How about I make you a stew? Look, don't leave the poison nectarine on the table.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Poison, I knew it.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then. The rocks really bring out the flavor.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
It's on the fire. Why does she need to warm it up again? I need to see it again. But you used to, like, raise the pot above the fire a little bit to like simmer. Back in the olden days. But I'm pretty sure the pot was right in the fire. Maybe that's her reheating it.
It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for. Even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
Do you see him too?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well,
Catchy.
that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Nah, he's alright.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Like, he did try to kill me once, but he was well intentioned. What's up in the sky?
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Ardbert, my boy. I keep forgetting he has a real name. Oh yeah, that's... like, this is the stove equivalent of a medium. Like, if it was cooking, it'd be, like, deep on the stove. Although... is that... yeah. Anyway. Halric is going crazy. Old Alice, we have to look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him. But if he's wandered out there alone... we'll assign search areas and split up. Any ideas where he might be headed? Nah, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gotten far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Alright. And say the pot is more important. What then, Halric? Or do you mean like when it comes to cooking? I mean, it looked like a cast iron pot, so it'd be very slow to heat up. But like once it gets hot, it would stay hot for a very long time. Yeah, screw the kid. Listen, we got honeyed worms to eat here. Alright, where am I going? Let me just squeeze through here. Boop. See no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Halric, my boy. Over a stew? Nuh-uh. What am I doing? What am I doing? Ah, the other side of the tree. This is a nice shady spot. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly you find yourself under attack. Are you Halric? You look different. Got you a nectarine. Nope, we're still searching. That was somebody else. Let me slip by you here. I like the enemies I've seen so far. Like, in terms of generic monsters that, like, hang around. Pretty cool.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far.
Do you know what his sins are? That might help.
We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Oh, dang. She a friend of yours?
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
I do remember her from the trailer.
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Halric! We have to run!
Ah, dang. I was...
Tesling! No!
I had a feeling something like this would happen.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Oh no. That's messed up. You know things are getting real when they break out like the Hildebrand face sliders.
No, 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 no!
Forgive me, please.
Whew. Well, that was sad. But isn't it just always the way they introduce you to some character who's like, I try to bring joy to those who are suffering. And then they stab them and you're like, ah, why you gotta do that? I'm sorry, old. Tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. I got it. She did. This is so unfair. This Lean was so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us. So I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. I mean, like, she left some stuff, like a wing and a sword. Like, you can bury that. Like, the wing wasn't hers, but she got her own now. Alric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up at the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Okay. Well, it was nice meeting your friends. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow. I thought I could protect you. Can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halaric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. And farewell, Halric. Keep Teslene's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damn light building without cease, it's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it was only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light. But how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. You should return to the Crystarium. I may not have been able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Quest accepted. You know, I gotta say, I didn't expect such a cool cutscene right here, right now. Alright. We ride the birds again. I only got 30 minutes. I'm having fun. I could play this all day. Would you just crack open? Store brand Dr. Pepper with cream soda. Like, I've cut name brand sodas out of my diet, but I'm still addicted, so like I can't quit entirely. And sodas are kind of like a go-to when like life is hard, which is pretty much always, but like it's a special treat. I recognize it's making me fat and it's destroying my teeth. But like sometimes when I'm like, you know what? I got more important things to worry about, my health and face. Which strangely enough feels like all the time. Life is stressful. Which is like exactly why just like Tesla said. What was her name? Tessana? For as emotional as that scene was, I didn't bother to remember her name. It's probably a problem. But yeah, you gotta find like the little joys you can. So I've been thinking like, are there any good movies I can take my kids to see? Like, what fun event can I do that would be low impact on me but deeply meaningful to the children? Love a cold soda? I know. Forgive me, old. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the end battle against this blight with kindness, must fight my own way with steel. Miss Alice, Is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Oh, no problem just like bossing around strangers like that. Well, not like a stranger, but like a businessman. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. Barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're gonna wipe out the Sin Eaters. Shall we? Have I touched all these? Nah, there's still a couple I haven't gotten to. Where? The Docile Gate. You have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word. I'd be happy to escort you to the Ocular. The word. Tesla Lamau, I'm rolling. I mean, when she first introduced herself, I'm like, man, does Elon Musk have a daughter? Because that would be like a great name. Teslana. I think he has a son. I don't know if he has a daughter. Thank you for seeking me out, old. It meant a lot to have you here at my side. Was tempted to set off again the moment that we had decided upon a direction. But you still have to visit Alphino, haven't you? But I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Yeah, you got it. You will visit Alphino and Calusia then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you'll need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction presented to Zem Jemai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery. He will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass my warmest regards. So we went to like get Alisaie first, and it made sense to me in my head because she was the neediest. Or the most like, I don't know, squeakiest. I don't have a pass to the Rookery. We all know Elon loves his alien names for his kids. What did he name his kids? Because he does have like the eccentric billionaire psychopathy, doesn't he? I mean, you gotta be careful. He does have fans hiding in the woodworks. But like, I remember the exact moment when I like stopped giving him the benefit of the doubt. Naturally, it was when he lied about being good at video games for me. Are you familiar with his Path of Exile 2 debacle? Where he pretended to be the 7th best player in the world? Just absolutely the craziest thing I've ever seen. Just rife with crippling insecurity that it would be that important to him. That people believed he was good at video games. And the insanity to like believe he could get away with it too. Just does not make sense. It had me crying when I found out. It was like, like, that's a broken brain right there. Like, to believe you could be the 7th best player in the world and have a job. Like, you just, it doesn't work like that. The amount of passion and dedication it takes. Like, your job has to be playing the video game to be 7th best in the world. It took everyone seconds to figure it out. It was crazy. Zeiji is one of his kids' names. That... You broke out the special characters for that one. That adds up. That tracks. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro passage to Colusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. Amaro are often used for travel, then. That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly accustomed to riding Amaro, unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend you while I ready the mounts. I mean, I have ridden like 7 Amaro today in like the last 2 hours. Hey, you do have Chocobo here. Excuse me. Oh. Good morning, daughter. You want to come over here and say hi to chat? He has 14 kids. Wait, Elon Musk has 14 kids?
Hello.
Maybe he does have a daughter named Teslana. Hello. What do you think of the name Teslana?
I like it.
You like it? Should I named you Teslana?
No. Make my name Howard.
So, when you were a kid, we had to like come up with names for you, right?
Yeah.
And one of the constraints I got was one of your names had to be related to a saint. No, I mean like your first or middle or last name. And so I was looking through all the saint names for women, and I found one that was a lot like Tesla. It was Tekla. So your name was almost Tekla, which is a very interesting name, but like, I've never met another Tekla, but I was like, I like the sound of that. That was my weird sounding name. That's about as weird as I would get, but it would have been such a cool name, right?
No.
No? Okay. Good to know. You were not about it at all. Well, Mom was right then. You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose Master Jamal is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. You can now travel to Colusia. Speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island. Elon has a daughter called Vivian. That's a human name.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf,
That's a
frozen.
Pokemon.
Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
I keep capturing screenshots because sometime in the next couple of weeks, I need to make a new thumbnail for like the Final Fantasy movie series I'm making. We are arrived. This is the Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Calusia. You should be safe here for the moment. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. This is the people you should be wary of. Did I not read that right? It came out weird. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Ulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crysarium in scale, and once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, Ulmora and Elite have fancied themselves as the masters of what remains of our broken world. They've gone so far as to offer leaders of our settlement their protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is among many who resist the heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Ulmor is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the XIV during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. That was a good thumbnail. I'm glad we understand each other. Now the XIV has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Like, the views in Shadowbringers so far have been amazing. Like, look at that. So pretty. Hi, kitty. What are you doing?
We wanted to drink your soda.
Oh, he's got some matted hair. What happened to you? Yeah. Do you see this hair here? On his cheek.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you get some gravy in your cheek hair? We need to give you a bath, kitty?
You can't give a cat a bath.
You can give a cat a bath. I've given him a bath before. He actually liked it.
In the sink.
In the sink, yeah. Like,
I'm gonna put you in the sink and rinse you.
he like crawled in the sink while I was brushing my teeth. I just like started it dripping slowly. And then like I just started rubbing the drips into his fur. And like he just put up with it. He was a really good kitty. Real good sport about it. But rare choice, the name Tekla? Yeah. Part of me regrets not giving her that name, but at the same time, she's here now on this planet and doesn't like it. So, yeah, I guess I made the right choice. If you head south along the coast, you'll eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. If Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Calusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That'll let him know that you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I'll stay here with the Amuro until you're ready to return. See, how can I get his job? Where you just like chill on the beach, hanging out with the birds? Those are cute little hobgoblins. Oh, they got gooboos here too.
Is those animals?
Yeah, if I get too close, they will attack. It's fine. They call him a moltash.
Oh.
That's what it looked like. This dude just living out here with the monsters, huh? You don't have any fish in your nets. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think I got an eel in a barrel somewhere, if you got a taste for them. I like unagi. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan. It's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it that I can do for you? Can't say there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? Yeah, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Wait, are you Kimari from Final Fantasy X? Oldmore is richer than all Norvant put together, but it's a different story for them, as live outside the city. Must spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's a fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern. The locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there. I'll see Alpha Node joins you. Alright. Is this it exactly 5 feet away?
Yeah, big butt.
You could just like... Oh, did you see his butt?
Yeah.
The view of his butt was so glorious I leveled up. Cake was so great it became my 73rd birthday. We have Amuro for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to the register. Yeah, there we go. Alright, this must be the Leaky Keel. It honestly kinda nice. Wait, is that pizza? Nah, it's a pile of anchovies.
You're like, oh, pizza.
This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? I quit drinking, I'm sorry. Water. Fine choice. What'll you be paying with? Oh, you charge for water, do you? Well, now those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? Sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value. But I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other agreement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. Eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? If you want to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. It'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Yeah, no problem.
And what?
You want to walk around? In this world?
Yeah.
It is a beautiful world.
The dragon's good here.
Are the dragons good? Nah, nobody's good here. Well, yeah, but, you know, we'll stay out of their way. This is their home, after all. Yeah.
Well,
They're still adorable? They are adorable. Alright, I'm here to kill your bugs. There's some blighted crops. Wheat! They can make pizza. It might be like traditional pizza. Do you know what, like, the original pizza was like? It didn't have cheese or sauce. The first pizza was just flat bread with fish on it. They probably used some oil too, but like original pizza looks nothing like today's pizza. I know this because I have studied the history of pizza. Hey, look at the grapes! Fun story about the grapes here. There was a time when they upped the graphics of the grapes. Like, I believe they made all the grapes fully round and beautiful.
That make them look like straw.
But it caused some, like, strain on the actual game engine and caused some major problems for a lot of people.
Isn't that?
Well, yeah. Like, grapes crashed the game, and they had to go take them out and replace them with these little bulbous cocoons.
Yeah, so
They do look like strawberry shaped, but yeah. These are like grapes with like 1950s graphics.
Suspicious strawberry.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's just a pestilence swarm.
They're evil.
They're evil? Well, they're bugs. They're just trying to stay alive. But, you know, we can't have that. So we cook them and freeze them.
Okay, you keep.
1.0 in its flower pots? Like Realm Reborn 1.0? I just noticed my VTuber avatar has dozed off. There we go. Nope, that's not quite right. I want to get my arm in here. There we go. It was detecting my daughter's face as well and freaking out. My webcam can't handle too many faces at the same time. Okay, now you're leaning your face in to make it break. Like Final Fantasy 14 1.0. When you say 1.0, like, no response. Maybe you need to knock louder. Like, I could knock on this door, but like Final Fantasy 14 1.0 would have been like, there was no early access at the time of like Final Fantasy 14's release. I don't think that was a thing. No response. Perhaps the occupants are hard of hearing. Ayo, wake up! Before ARR, yeah. Hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Well, alright.
But I want to spell a second.
Yeah, I wanted to see what it looked like in there, too.
Not just the big fat darkness.
Not just the big fat darkness. Sorry. They spent all the money on the outdoors. They can't design that. The inside of that silo. But flower pots in 1.0. I'm gonna have to like look that up. Because I heard about the grape problem, but the flower pots? Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself?
Wait, what?
Nothing, man. He's gone. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town. Outside Ulmore? You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was, thinking you were just another dreamer. Well, never mind that. Take a seat where you like, dear. You more than earn it. I'll throw in another drink on the house.
Hey, Daddy.
What up?
And the cat's there on the table.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
They gave him a poncho?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
And now we're just instead of.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
We thought we'd lost you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Alright. I ate some bugs. That was nice. They were covered in honey.
Oh.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may.
Ah, that's cool. I sent her a pixie.
It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
It's crazy that we're referencing this. What does that have to do with the current situation?
And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course.
I mean, it's important and all.
In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion.
Oh.
I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Let's roll, dogs.
And so we take to the road once more.
Whew. All right, and that's that. I do have to get the day rolling, get the kids to school, etc. Thank you so much for watching. I had a great time. We'll pick up here next Friday. I'm excited to see what is going on in the place. Where is the place? I can't see it. Over there. Like, it looks really familiar. It looks like a city out of Final Fantasy IX. Trying to remember it. But I think there were like frogs or cricket things. Forget what they were called. It was a whole deal. It's been a long time. But have a great day, everybody. And I will see you later tonight for another stream, if you so feel inclined. Goodbye, everybody. Stick around, I'll find somebody to raid. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV Darktide. And we just found Alphino. And I think he's going to help us meet rich people. My favorite. Where are you? Are you in Alphino? Ah, this is the bar. Hey, buddy. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. From here, we must head west, then cross a small bridge. Okay, well, I did kind of assume that this entire time Alphino had been like hanging out with rich people, talking. And so now I'm under the impression he spent many years not being let into the club. I like that rock. I think I saw that exact rock in Dune Awakening. Lucia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think whenever the calamity struck at the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. They getting eaten by lizards? Oh, thank the fates! Look out! Get cooked. Cooking them as fast as I can. How you doing? My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. She called me young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. I think it's because I moisturized. Are you alright, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. Honestly, though, I thought I was done for. My fears not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, a shack near the gate is safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again, you saved my life. And I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear. But I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's not to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Ulmar's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few left with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? They eat sins? Ah, yes, Elsa would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amarang, Calusia is almost heaven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down, and you arrived a few moments later. The Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we've won a small victory this time, at least. Now shall we press on? We need to return to the road where it forks to follow the path that leads west. Exciting. Hope we meet many other sinful old women on the way. I believe the expression the game used was Manic Maiden. I'm not streaming at my regular time. I had to work late last night, and even with a full 8 hours of sleep, I do not feel well rested at all. It's gonna be a rough weekend. Hey, a shantytown, my favorite. I grew up in one of these.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve, mate.
Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip
He's
that.
not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Wants me to fight in the pit?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Okay, I'm in love. It's the clowns from Final Fantasy IX.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
It really is them. They speak in rhyme, too.
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon.
So it's like Montana.
A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you! Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Honestly, this sounds great. Get bread and a circus?
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Are you saying it's bad to foster a dependency on the wealthy elite? We're going full communism on this one. I try not to be a political streamer, but like, why you gotta put so many parallels in front of me? Alphino, explain. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with the ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Ulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet, from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. Tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town. Judge the situation for yourself. I mean, the roofs do look a bit leaky. A few of them had the common sense to slant their roofs. Ooh, what's this? Ice soup? Large pot bottle bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks. Meal, you recognize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Please, whatever you can spare. Apparently I can't do anything to you. In a literal gameplay sense, you are an invisible homeless man. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Let me get a look at you. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. Did I miss something? Oh, way at the entrance. This bloke's looking pretty begrimed. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of the Ulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate-Town's not much to look at, but at least it's safe. The meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Hello, Sizzle Barf. Yeah, I think you're gonna be fine too. You see what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on the handouts of meal and believe Ulmore is the answer to all their woes. And no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, unable to conceive of any other way of life. Like nobody's thought of a Hunger Games yet? Or is that what this is? Man, Alpha, no, you really hate these poor. Disapprove. It frustrates me, certainly. That was only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters, however unjust this system seems to me. These people claim to be content with their lot. It's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they're all but forced to seek refuge in gate towns, and so the hamlets and the fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Hey, not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of the Calusia's people. I'm not so naive as to think that there is some miraculous solution to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from the poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. Yeah, but have you signed up for DraftKings yet? There has to be a better way. Well, not know for sure. However, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Old. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should come to fruition. There's a beast tribe who makes its home in the sea surrounding the island. The Ondo, they're called, though you and I know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tadaru took great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to him. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. And when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. Attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely, even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Would you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then. You must pay a visit to Mosha Moa, my supplier in Wright. Come. It's just northwest of here. Spies everywhere. The northwest of here. Nyrum. It's an aetheryte in the middle of nowhere. I know I'm not like fighting nearly any of them, but I do appreciate the time they spent on creating like new monsters for this expansion. Like each area, these guys look good. Look, it's a Venusaur. Hey buddy, how's your Amaro keeping? Looking to produce yourself an Amaro, then I reckon you've come to the right place. First time at our Amaro stop, is it? Worry not, friend. I'll see that your name is added to the books, then you can return here whenever you wish. Appreciate. Moshi Moshi. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Mosha Moa. This is my associate, Old. We're here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Estelle lad? Short blue hair? No? You say he'd come on your behalf. Since you seem to know all the details, I just assumed. Found it someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. This charlatan was here not long ago. He cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point to the south side of town, I shall take the west. I mean, the smart thing to do would just be to take the vegetables to the shanty town and eat them. You can search their surrounding area for a male mistle with short blue hair. You may move the camera and zoom in and inspect them with right trigger and A. Target acquired. You've located your quarry. Old, any sign of him? Yonder. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Okay, the thing is, that lady never really described him to us. Just said lackey, right? Hey, buddy.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Ulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Yeah, same.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Nah, dog, nah. Community's how we're gonna get through this.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
That was a pretty good impression.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that?
Did he die immediately? I shouldn't laugh at that.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
All right. To the Fatmobile. These guys are called wood eyes, even though the eyes are the only thing about them that might not be made of wood. I do like the name. Is that Funbaba? No, it's a bison. What did the buffalo say to the other buffalo when it's who was his son when he went off to school? Bison. So good. Like and subscribe for more wonderful humor like that. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy. Mercy, I beg of you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. S'mores? Thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Crystal was invited to Yulmore to work as an artist. Wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their tastes, just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless. Grave sin in Lord Valthry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the God's damned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. If you hadn't found me when you did, wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought, when Lord Valthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Ulmore, his word is law. Cold slaw. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what awaits within the walls. Shall bend all my thoughts towards securing a way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, she conveyed Tristal to shelter in the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. A way into the city? Hey, old man Windbreaker. Sorry I'm streaming late, but you did manage to catch me. Oh man, I got crabs. Not again. I mean, I think the obvious question is, like, why haven't we looked at a way to break in? I mean, sometimes the simplest solution is the best one. The Noise. Your name is The Noise? Is your mom's name The Funk? Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors to an awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. My favorite paintbrush. The Yulmorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple mentioned they would be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince the people you have a talent for painting. Be certain. This is your livelihood. Cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with the city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Alright, let us in. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristol has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking the subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant? And it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. They're gonna be all, boy, what's all this then? And we're gonna show them our deviant arts. I'm trying to think of another Final Fantasy game that had something like the Jester twins from like Final Fantasy IX. I can't think of anything exactly. Like Kefka was, you know, kind of the same vibe. And here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What a fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. You're right. I have only my brush to testify to me, though you will note it has seen no small amount of service. Flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. That one didn't rhyme. And who's this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. We'll go with him or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. Matters not a whit to us. Having filled our last vacant space, we retired at Yulemore's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. Must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. I mean, a meal maker seems like a promising career in Yulmore.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. Huh? Not even a single tear? Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way just as you need to put on your happy faces and head through the joyous halls. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gatetown, they haven't earned their right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow men, then by all means take your time. But why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? Suppose we'd better show ourselves willing for the time being. I'm a little curious. Like, some things seem pretty nice here. My first instinct is that these are rich people who ran out of money. Bling. Did you say first door on the left? No. Howdy. Welcome to Yulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphino, an artist, and this is Old, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, for citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Valthry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you are chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patrons dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually. Chaynuz and Dulia Chai. A Mistel couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They're both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. Here are my papers. I never did play Papers, Please. What have we here? Alphino, artist, hold, artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord China's and Lady Dulia Chai. Yeah, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Ah, dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Don't you dare diss my manly musk. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to wash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornine, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized you were so aromatic. I mean, ponchos hold sweat pretty rough. Is this the delousery? Alright. Get off me, lice. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. It's a butt. Oh, apply the sweet smelling perfume. Doink. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fill the air. Ah, yeah. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? It's not, is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions. Does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky. Fine, a quick rinse then. Yeah, go perform your ablutions. I thought ablutions was only for, like, washing your feet. Do you think that's what he meant? Do you not want to, like, keep your dogs out? Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? I don't know, man. I think the ponchos stank. Like, I almost guarantee it. Hello, Corny. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, on the top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, then look for the Grand Dame's Parlor. It'll be there, like as not. But I remember there was a game that came out. I think Hell was in the name. It was like a Diablo clone. I think it was before Diablo 3 or around the time of it. It was like Hellgate London, I think. And like one of the best items you could get in that game were buttressing bone shoulders. And I thought it was just amusing to like imagine somebody shouting, your gold farmers in the chat shouting WTS, butt boner shoulders. I mean, I found it amusing anyway. Is this your final first playthrough of this? Yes. I've been playing this game since release, but I've never made it past Stormblood. So I've never seen any of this stuff in Shadowbringers. This is all new to me. I've never seen it before in my life. According to the message, special permission is required to use this aetheryte. Rude. Hey girl, hey. Is that an obese cat woman?
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Don't get too close to the poncho.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
I'm beginning to understand what happened.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Ooh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
They've got oranges. Got lots of booze. I feel like being a brewer would also be a good way to make your way into the city. Ooh, shoes. Now you've the opportunity to experience the Ulmar. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Oh, hello there. Fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I dropped my handkerchief. And now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. Not terribly fond of being alone. When you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Okay. Sugar, sorry I'm late. You're not late, I'm late. I had to work late last night, and so my morning stream got pushed back a little bit so I could survive. Oh my god. Which one of the twins did I start with? Alice. Wicked White, that was close. What I had imagined that was Alice was, you know, actually doing stuff, and Alpha No was just kind of like hanging out with lords and ladies talking. So it seemed prudent to go to her first. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge. Luckily, it caught on something. I thought I could just... if I could just stretch it out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me. I can think of no other place in Calusia where I could possibly be happier. Oh no, you saw... Oh, so you saw that scene. I did see that scene. Sorry. I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. When she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. When you say that scene, you're either talking about like the pretty brutal cutscene in Alice's quest, or you're talking about meeting a fat Catwoman. I have done both. My attendant told me everything. I'm so grateful that you were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. Always compliment them, not the attendant. I know how to survive in this corpo hellhole. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin that has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward in return for my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. Did you give me some socks? The brutal scene, yeah. People call that moment welcome to Shadowbringers. Tried to make Shadow into a horror movie, I swear. True. Yeah, it was very emotional. I did see it coming. I was like, oh, I've met the nicest person in the world. I'm sure this will go well. This is not my first time experiencing plots before. No, Wondrous Tales just ended. My Wondrous Tales is always expired. I tried it as like an experiment to see if I could grind levels more efficiently that way so I could get up to Shadowbringers. It didn't work better than just running dailies. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. It's half a level up of XP each time. That's true. A tour of the city, is it? Then you must really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She'll gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. The Make It Rain campaign started today. Otter Pack. Yeah. Is that like an otter backpack? I know they actually have like an otter. I mean, I kind of like the vibe a black cat gives a Black Mage. So I think I'm going to stick with this, but it is nice to know that there's another one out there. I also heard there is a vendor in Gold Saucer who exchanges MGP for various items, and so I need to check them out too. You got all your classes maxed out? That's impressive. Like, whenever I need to grind levels is when I'm like, I'm starting to question my life. I do think Final Fantasy XIV is smart for making the most efficient way to level to play with others. Especially since, you know, dungeons and raids and things of the sort are a requirement. Oh. Well, alright then. Part of me expects Ultros to pop out at any moment. Outfits, weapons, all sorts, yeah. You're about to meet your future wife. Tista Bay? Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. It's the drill hair, isn't it? Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, huh? Quick game of high or low. Simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. You win. I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Oh, absolutely. Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, I flip over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than yours? Or higher or lower than mine? I mean, obviously low. Going with low, then. Alright, let's see what we got. The cards add to 17, and you have a total of 12. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I concede defeat at this point, but what do you say for a rematch? One more win and then we'll talk about that favor. Yeah, easy peasy. Another game of high or low? Come now, a little honeybee. We need all our diversions. Let's rock. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. Keep an eye on her. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip 1 of yours over. I flip 2 of mine. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Lower. You're going with low then. Alright, let's see what you got. My thinking is always expect the house to have a better hand or higher hand. I mean, statistically, it looks like the odds are perfectly even here. Going with low then? Let's see what we got. The cards add up to 14, and you have a total of 14. Oh, it seems we came out as equal, but as a lovely coincidence as it may be, we still need a clear winner. Yeah, try again. That's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. Blech. So what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Yeah, I see the mind game you're playing here. You're like, statistically, it should be higher, right? No, it's always going to be lower in this city. Going with low, right? Let's see what we've got. My card adds up to 11, and you have a total of 15. Ah! They got me. I lose. Oh dear, it looks like this match goes to me. Shall we play again? Yeah, we will. That's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. Glad my internet finally stabilized. It was dog water yesterday. Oh, yeah, I recently changed internet providers, and it was rough. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I mean, I'm going to keep going low. Going with low, then. Let's see what we got. Cards up to add up to 14, and you've got 15. I'm getting rinsed. Yeah, looks like the match goes to me. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Let me shuffle the deck. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Lower. Going with low then, right? Let's see what we've got. Mine is 9, yours is 16. I'm actually, like, now I'm going all in because I'm very curious. I feel like maybe it is rigged to be higher every single time. Like, is this a scripted event? What's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? It's gonna be lower. Going with low then, right? Let's see what we got. 9 cards add up to 14, and you have a total of 21. Dear, it looks like this match goes to me. Yeah, let's play again. Here, let me shuffle the deck. Now, what's your call? Will yours be higher or lower than mine? Well, you're going to have 14. I'm going to go lower. Going with low then, right? Let's see what I've got. My cards add up to 19, and you have 9. Hey. She's eating me up, sugar? Well, she's gonna get diabetes. Well, would you look at that? You've got a knack for this newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. Topple the government. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then it is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valthree was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? Your itch still needs scratching. You might get a few words out of Itharin over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. So do I play on the free trial? I've never been welcome in the free trial. It's actually been very, very offensive to me. So I've had this account since the collection edition released. And since I've had an account, I've never been allowed to use the free trial. I could have created a new account, of course, but I'm not that kind of liar. And so, nah, I've been paying money. But this part is part of the free trial, right? They did all the way through Shadowbringers, I think. Which is crazy, because I've probably been playing for like over 200 hours at this point. Is that new to Ulmore, you say? Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of the mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you do need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. See, that spiky-haired girl's more my type than the horn drills. I'll tell you what, you hop on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have a little talk. Alright. No underwear. We dance for the man on stage. Does this work? This doing anything for you? It really needs to be a twerk emote. Dance on the mark on stage. Wait, where is the mark? Oh! I've been giving it away for free. Could you target the mark, please? I just have to be here, huh? Again, with the bee's knees into a shuffle again. Where is it? There it is. Boop. That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Good, the less people after your wife, the better. I mean, I think most people are gonna fall for like chai nuts, right? Yeah, just started in 7.5, which is why I was curious. Because you said it was your first time in Shadowbringers? Yeah. It took me a long time to find like the joy in Final Fantasy XIV. Like the trick is, you don't play it as like an MMO, like EverQuest or World of Warcraft. You play it like a book. The trick is to read everything and pay attention. And once you do that, you realize it's got like the best story of any video game ever made. Whew. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamor up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah yes, something about our fair city? Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Ulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us. Oh, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came into power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see? Turns them as docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerated to say they've become something of an ally to Ulmore. No longer the enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there's still lots of fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Toast to Lord Valthree. You gain a preliminary sense of the city. Hang on, my eyeballs seem to be falling out. I can't see anything. Sorry, that was horrible imagery. I got something in my eye. It really stung. The Chais and Alphino will be expecting your return. Man, internet is still acting up? Did you recently change internet service providers? What was happening with my internet is I had it set up, and the first thing like an American ISP will do is they'll have a contractor whose sole purpose is to hook up internet as fast as possible in any way that's possible. And so the contractor who hooked up my internet did an extremely horrible job that obviously wouldn't work. There were exposed connectors outside, and so the first time it rained, my internet went out for several hours. That's what happened to me. Oh, did you kill Alphino? Did you eat him? Spit him out. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? My goodness gracious me, that last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. Truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? Exactly. The lad is an artist, dear, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not. That is to say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a notice moment. Notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick up some jewelry next? Listen, mister, you just sit in the chair. Let old Alphino take care of everything. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty. Apparently, that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. This obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lair below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tales to tell. Pingy Pooler Star. Can I touch this yet? Nah. Well, today it's just randomly disconnecting. That's rough. You have fiber internet? What exactly am I looking for out here? Give me one moment. I need to look in the mirror to see why my eye is falling out.
One thing they will promise, they're building you a throne. If only you had seen, they won't leave the truth alone. And now you can see the world, but you're blinded by the light, leading you from reason and straight into the night. Now don't believe him, he's a liar and a sugar coater. Just wait until break of dawn. Say what you have to say, but don't forget to leave the motor on. He'll turn around, but you will be gone. You're drinking dirty water from the dirty well. Don't believe the glitter, he's got plenty of things to sell. Now one thing to remember, and you will be alright. They promise you the world, but they leave you in the night. Now don't believe him, he's a liar and a sugar coater. Just wait until break of dawn. Say what you have to say, but don't forget to leave the motor on. He'll turn around, but you will be gone.
Whew. I'm back. Feeling like a sharp, mysterious pain in the eye to start the morning. You're the one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me. Please, I need your help. My throat, can't sing anymore. Been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. My patron thinks I'm no use to him then. I need you to seek out the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorich. Here's a list of my symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Oh, weird. You can't survive on the entertainment industry alone, and you also will need things like medicine? Weird. I was making jokes with my wife, saying that Frontier Internet messed up your internet. So they would get you to switch to them. Man, it's been pretty desolate. The Ratchet and the Desolates, that's outside of all of this, isn't it? But my experience with ISPs lately has been, my God, why would you perform these horrid atrocities? Yeah, you're gonna be in the back of the buttress. I'm still trying to like figure out what the deal is here. would like to understand the derelicts a little better. Hey, you need medicines? Tonics? Potions? A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. Must be cut out, excised, and even then, the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or they simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face. You didn't know. Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. Town of nightmares it is. For this ship's rat, oh no. I'm content to scurry around down here, nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over, you have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Darl Dia. Let's go take the scenic route around. Why explore the area? Aww. Why are they eating pebbles? Wait. Where's the... There it is. You've attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards. Neat. Shoot. So I'm really worried we're going to discover meal is people. Did you get my medicine? So that's it. What am I gonna do if I can't sing? There are older professions. There you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can. But even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out on the street. You're too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. I shall have a word with Lord Valthree and arrange your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Mayhap you think it a step too far? No, you would do that for me? Of course. Well, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension. Knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Oh. About this ascension. You must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful. But also, do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent, shepherd them into celestial paradise. Even though it is through Lord Valthree that we learn this truth. It's through Lord Valthree's grace that the free people of Ilmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valthree's truly a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Well, you're dead. Whew. Gotcha. So you appease the zombies by directly feeding them. Hey, stranger. Up. Eye contact. Run. We give away. Here, you get like a formal Eastern bow. Is that you, Novelist? Hold on a second. You have the exact same name as the chatter. I did think that maybe you were somebody watching. Doink. I like to go become friends with the people who track me down in-game. That way. Eventually, like, we'll see orange names in the places we go. But yeah, so it's almost a classic zombie apocalypse trope. Like, this place is a paradise, you know, we just occasionally feed people to the zombies. Welcome to Zombie Vegas. Now, I got the gist of things. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nope. You did not understand the assignment. She was supposed to be like a half of the size of him. Oh, Alpha, no. It was nice knowing you. Have fun in the zombie pits. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. Begun sketching an outline for the portrait. But nay, the Chais appear to be otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? He paints the truth. You're not allowed to paint the truth. So Lord Valthree boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? Now explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in the mind of the apothecary and his ominous remarks. So many folks have entered the city over the years. Where did they go? You're about to find out, buddy. What time is it? I've got time for one more. I take an eye off you for one moment and you're chatting away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done yet? Then, no, do not assume that. What in blazes? So, unflattering. Explain yourself, Alpino. Where's your artistic interpretation? Should evoke the images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed rather to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? Don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle of slackened jaws and weakened knees to make people cry out in amazement. I'll fetch a blank canvas and burn it right now. I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. Oh, who's the goth kitty? Malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent, that level above us where Lord Val3 resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. And the crown lift will take you up there. Now, we had better not dawdle then. Off and off. You're so dumb. Can you jump over the edge? No. I'm actually kind of wondering if it has like some sneaky Kugane Tower parkour set. Alright, were we going up? How do I do that? Through here? Joining the crowd up there. Yeah.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
How can you tell? Oh, dang.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
It's the cat boy.
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. punished, and this man is guilty of fraud. He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
How does he keep them from attacking? By the 12.
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence. Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor? Because criminals must be punished, and this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulm is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that.
Oof, the temerity.
What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters.
That dude's got a face in his armpit.
And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmor. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
Might I recommend Faraga at this time? Alpha no. Maybe a little Thundaga? Let me do the Thundaga.
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me?
It took a little while to get through those chins, didn't it?
them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Say what you will, he is the most honest president we've had in years. Anyway. Forgive me, in my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. It is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of this world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Calusia. We'll accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think our strategy anew. Yeah. Kai Shear, I've done you a grave disservice. We're hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it, but known the price you would be made to pay. No, it's chill. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. Even after all the trouble I caused, you stepped in and saved me. And now, Lord Valthree wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? Certainly we can find work for you there if you're willing. That Lion Sin Eater is a mount you can get? Yeah, you get him by doing a lot of dungeons as a tank, if I recall, right? You queue up to random dungeons as a tank, and eventually you get him. Or is he like a paladin specific mount? I know it's possible to get him, but he is very cool. Now that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. You need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on your own 2 feet. Yeah, do that at the Crystarium, idiot. You're like, I'm just gonna hang out here in the murder room a little bit longer to think about what I need to do to survive. The Lion Sin Eater is a hunt mount? Each tank has their specific mount. Oh. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. I'll take care of, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alvina! Lord and Lady Chai! What in blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you caught the very essence of our love, but rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adore it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I'll speak with Lord Valthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feeling. Nah, dog, nah. Sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We're leaving. But I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind to procure for me. One moment, while I whip this out. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. Shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Alphino, can you not read the room at all? Any room? They are happy here. They like it here. They love the facade. Let's have a little orange juice. And so, where are the achievements? There they are. Battle PvP character. That, oh, okay. I do see that mount. That's a very nice mount. I like, oh, for a second I thought like you had a cabbage on the stick in front of him. I was a little distracted. Which one would it be? Quest, exploring, crafting, character? Commendation? Disciples of War? Great Science, Axe to Grind. Talking about shafts, strong lance arm. Alright. There's like an in need achievement. There's no search menu out here, is there? PvP? Irrelevant? Battle? Dungeons. It's in here somewhere, I'm sure, right? It's in battle, but like where in battle? Battle General. Okay, Battle General, crush your enemies. Somewhere out here in the streets. Thank you, Paladin? Is this the one? Battle Lion Horn. I think that is the one I'm thinking of. Let me do a quick Google. Battle Lion Horn. Oh, no. That is different. Okay. Oh, did you just throw a battle lion at me? That's the paladin one. Okay. I could have swore I saw a lion with a crown. Maybe I got confused. I mean, clearly everybody knows the game better than me. But that is a handsome lion you got there. Also, love the outfit. And so this is one you get from hunting, huh? Neat. Right. There's two. If I look above, there's another one. Near I got lost. Are these alphabetical? No, not. Thank you, Paladin. I mean, then there's like the Dark Knight who's got like a war bear. You've got a battle bear. It's all very good. Whoa! How come your fat chocobo's a pope? Now that's a mount worth, like, writing home about. Each tank has 2 mounts. For the sake of my poor viewers, I'm not gonna keep going back to the achievement menu, but I only saw the one. Pope Bird. Is the Pope Bird the other mount? Except GNB, I think. Could be wrong. Oh, okay. I mean, I only saw the one horn for tanks, I thought. This is for 3,000 comms. Oh, okay. I think, if I remember right, I don't know if this is still true, but the rarest mount of all was for like 4 straight years of doing nothing but mentor roulettes. And it was like a pterodactyl. If you're feeling like getting into like the mount collecting business. I think when you get one of the achievements, the following achievement appears. Oh, okay. Gunbreaker has a saber-tooth tiger? That sounds cool. I mean, he's no fat chocobo, but... Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. While it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts had nevertheless been answered so many great questions. Suffice to say, our plans for saving the first are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valthree and his subjects. Oh, that is pretty. That is a mount I like a lot. Come, we must speak to the XIV and chart a new course. This is far from over. Warrior Warband, Bear for the win? I have not seen the War Bear. Or have I seen the War Bear? When I visualize War Bear in my head, I think I see like a World of Warcraft War Bear. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Yeah. It looks like those? Okay, hang on. Google. Warrior War Bear horn. It 100% does look like one of those. Okay. So I'm not entirely crazy. Like, it's just missing the arm tattoo, and that's about it. And what am I thinking of? I might be thinking of, like, when druids transform into a bear. You got that mount, too? Yeah. Or, sorry, you have the armored version, too. Neat. Oh, it's good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I've not seen her for some time. I gather she's keen to press on with the plans as I am. And you've seen a lot of the first yourself now. More than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let's lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what needs to be done. Whew, we did it. Now, I have to go to work. I have a meeting that started 9 minutes ago, and they probably want me there. So, yeah, it's been a rough day, so I claimed my time by force, and they just had to deal with it. Thank you so much for watching. I had a great time. Please stick around and I'll find somebody to raid.